I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Thursday, April 6, 2023. The time is 10:07 in the morning, and this hearing is being conducted somewhat live, somewhat virtually. This is a hearing on the mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2024 for the following agencies: the Council of the District of Columbia, the District of Columbia Auditor, the Office of Budget and Planning, the New Columbia Statehood Commission, the District of Columbia Retirement Board, and the other post-employment benefits program. In addition, this hearing is supposed to hear testimony regarding the subsidy or dues, I guess it's the dues that are budgeted for the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments. I believe that there was a scheduling mix-up, and so they will not be attending today. So we'll reschedule them. But otherwise, we will hear testimony regarding the budgets in the order that I gave. The hearing is as much an opportunity for the committee to hear from agency heads regarding budgets, the proposed budgets, as much about that as it is an opportunity for the public to testify if they have concerns and want to reach out. For example, if there are concerns about the Statehood Commission, that members of the public, and this is their opportunity. The Committee of the Whole has its sixth and final scheduled hearing on the agencies under its purview tomorrow, when we will hear from government witnesses regarding state education agencies. The Committee of the Whole will have a hearing on April 14th on all of the legislation the mayor submitted that's related to the budget. That would be the fiscal year 2024 Local Budget Act, the fiscal year 2024 Federal Budget Portion Request Act, the Budget Support Act that accompanies the budget, the supplemental budget, which I believe is also called the revised local budget for fiscal year 2023. I believe those are all the measures that are pending. That's on April 14th. Committee of the Whole scheduled to mark up its budget recommendations on April 27th. That would be for the agencies under its purview. Council members will have a work session, and then the Committee of the Whole will meet to consider the budget overall on May 16th. That's the schedule. The first agency we're going to hear about is the Council of the District of Columbia. I have one non-government witness. Who I understand is not here. An organizer from Empower DC, but apparently is not here. So we have the agency representative, the Secretary of the Council of the District of Columbia, Nyasha Smith. Do you want to proceed? And good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson. Good morning, staff. Chairman Mendelson and members of the council, I'm Nyasha Smith, Secretary to the Council, and I respectfully submit testimony on the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Council of the District of Columbia. The proposed operating budget for fiscal year 2024 for the council is $33,659,058 and 221 authorized full-time equivalent positions, or FTEs. The most significant highlights for the upcoming fiscal year include funds for the council's 3% retirement match, an allocation for the council's student loan repayment program, adequate funding to support the council's standing committees, a slightly increased fringe assessment from 24.5% last fiscal year to 25.2% for FY24, an additional 1 FTE for the Information Technology Office, as well as an additional 1 FTE for the Office of Racial Equity, both to build capacity in those offices. Additionally, the FY24 budget includes funding to support the creation of a central hearings and testimony portal that will be accessible to the public, a project that's currently underway, funding to enable the transition of our small hybrid fleet to electric vehicles, funding to initiate an archival audit of our legislative records. Mr. Chairman, you should perk up with that one, a project that I will try to start this year, and funding to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Home Rule. Although the budget books reflect a slight increase of 2.4% over last fiscal year's budget, I'd like to state for the record that there are no actual increases over the FY23 operating budget. The increase reflected in the budget book results from an increase in fringe, as previously mentioned, and the inclusion of the district-wide COLAs, which were issued in August and October of 2022. Essentially, each office's budget for the next fiscal year will remain flat. Mr. Chairman, the council is able to effectively operate as a co-equal branch of government because it continues to invest in our number one resource, our people, with 91.5% allocated to PS spending for the next fiscal year and 92.2% actual PS spending in FY22. However, based on the current state of the regional workforce, including the federal government, and the rising cost of living, I'm compelled at this time to advocate for additional PS funding for salaries, as well as the continued hybrid work model for our employees. Combined, these will be our strongest assets in our ability to remain competitive in the workforce and continue our mission. Before I wrap up, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to take an opportunity to thank the small and mighty staff of the council for their continued dedication and hard work. And I ask that you act favorably on this budget as well as my additional request. I'm available for any questions, and thank you.
Madam Secretary, you also have in your prepared statement a paragraph concerning the Uniform Law Commission.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So we administer the budget for the Uniform Law Commission, which is a paper agency. And the budget for the ULC for the next fiscal year is $65,000. The budget is 100% dedicated to travel-related expenses as well as the dues to the Uniform Law Commission.
And there have been no issues with that line item over the last year.
No, Mr. Chairman.
So let me ask you a few questions about initiatives that we're doing. For example, we have the Council on Racial Equity, excuse me, the Council's Office on Racial Equity, CORE. Started up when?
Started in 2021, the beginning of 2021.
So last council period.
Yes.
And how would you describe its work?
I think they do excellent work.
Well, that wasn't quite what I was looking for. It's been a growing operation, correct?
Yes.
And the staff has grown a little, and you're proposing that it would grow another FTE.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So they do extensive research and analysis of our legislation. They take an eye toward the effect that our legislation would have on people of color in the District of Columbia. And it involves quite a bit of research. So presently there are 6 staff members, but based on last council period, and I do have some numbers for you, but based on last council period, 6 staff members are just not enough. Last council period, they published 160 RIAs, and a RIA is a racial equity impact assessment, 160 with 134 of those being published last year alone. And 6 staff members is wholly inadequate for the kind of work and the quality of work that we expect of this office. So I am proposing, and I have proposed, an additional FTE for the office. If we should have any additional funding, I actually would accept even more funding for this office.
The CORE office, that's a little redundant, Council Office on Racial Equity Office, has also been doing some work outside the council.
Yes. So they actually, they have been invited to participate at various levels at universities. They've been to Princeton a couple of times. They've been to Georgetown, George Washington. They also work with the community extensively. And they also assist with the parallel agency on the executive side, which is the Office of Racial Equity on the executive side. So they work closely with that office as well. So not only do they have an inward facing presence, but they definitely have a strong outward facing presence.
Now there's some, from time to time, I will hear some complaint from individuals that they're not doing a racial equity impact assessment on every legislative measure. Now, just to be clear, our rules specify what they have to do RIAs on, and I have some influence in what's in the rules. So this is just something on their part. But can you, since there might be some folks who are watching this or will watch this, speak to why they don't do a racial equity impact assessment on every legislative measure?
So in addition to the fact that not every legislative measure is required for a RIA based on our rules, there are some types of legislation that are essentially like street namings, for instance, that may, for the most part, not have a racial equity impact. So what we've done with Council Period 25 rules would be to take a comprehensive look at the types of legislation that the council considers and excluded the ones that generally do not have a racial impact. The rules do, however, still permit RIA requests by a council member. So should a council member be interested in a RIA on a measure that does not presently require a RIA, it can still be requested and it can still be issued.
That's not mandatory on the office, but if they have the resources to do it, they could do it.
Correct.
And I'll just add that I think the value here is not only influencing how the committees craft their legislation, but it also promotes awareness of equity impacts.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And forcing the council to be looking at equity, I want to say constantly, but maybe more frequently than it used to.
Absolutely.
There's external communications that comes out of your office. Mr. Gibson does most of that.
Yes.
Do you want to speak to his, what he's doing?
Well, you know, we love the council Twitter, and we love the work that Josh does. Josh has been with us now close to maybe 10 years. And he is a genius, actually, when it comes to social media and making our work interesting for just the regular public. He not only shares the basic information like the schedule of hearings and how to watch our hearings, but he also delves into DC history, council history, and he's always sharing via social media various tidbits about the district. He does it in a very clever and humorous way. I don't know if you had a chance to read his April 1st publication, but his April Fool's joke had me in tears because he has the way of taking not only serious, dense topics and making it funny, but also making it informative. So our Twitter presence, our Instagram presence, our Facebook presence has increased tremendously, and not only just by numbers, but the engagement that he has is tremendous in terms of he really has an active following. So I'm proud of the work that Josh does, and I encourage him to continue doing it. Josh also, for those who don't know, is almost our resident historian. So Josh is often tasked with a lot of projects that deal with the history of the building, the history of the council. So for those of you who don't know, we have some very large paintings at the council's building, at the Wilson Building. And Josh undertook the project with the photographer to take very large and detailed photographs of the Wilson Building that are absolutely stunning. So for those watching, if you come down to the Wilson Building, you'll find those images on the 5th, 1st, and 4th floors. Josh is also now tasked with initially coming up with an idea or ideas for the 50th anniversary celebration of Home Rule, as he did with the 45th. So I'm very proud of the work that Josh does.
Just taking Twitter, for example, when he started, there were roughly how many Twitter followers?
4,467.
And today?
62,959.
So extending the reach of the council.
Absolutely.
The council offers a number of benefits to try to make employment attractive. We're one of the few agencies within the district government that provides a voluntary retirement match.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So we are, if not the only one, we offer a 3% retirement match program to all employees, including council members. And there is no tenure requirement attached to this program, but essentially any council employee that participates in this program, the council will match up to 3% and put up to 3% contribution, toward that employee's retirement.
And that's in addition to the retirement contribution that all district government employees receive.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
There's also a student loan repayment program.
Yes. So we offer a repayment assistance program for employees that have been at the council for a minimum of 1 year. And we have set aside $150,000 each fiscal year for this program. And what it is it provides a subsidy to our eligible employees to assist with their student loan repayments.
Those are the two benefit program. No, we also have a transit subsidy,
Yes.
don't we?
We also offer a Metro Transit subsidy up to $100 per month for any employee. And that actually we've offered for quite some time. So those are the three benefit programs that we offer that are not widely available throughout the government.
Meaning other agencies
Yes.
don't do that. You in your testimony said there will be an additional FTE for information technology, additional FTE for the Office of Racial Equity, but then later you said that there's no increase in the budget. So that's just reprogramming, so to speak, from within?
So actually, for the Office of Racial Equity, it's a movement from within the Office of the Secretary. So I'm moving almost like a reprogramming one of the FTEs that's assigned to the main Office of the Secretary to the Office of Racial Equity. So that's an internal shift. They will see an increase, but it is an internal shift. The FTE for the technology office is actually something that occurred in this operating year, but will be reflected for the first time next year, in next fiscal year.
And you indicated that the budget increase is primarily due to increase in fringe as well as the COLAs that were adopted or implemented last year.
Yes,
citywide. The fringe is not a number you have a choice over.
No, I do not have a choice over that number. That is a number that is issued, and actually it's an analysis done by, I believe it's OBP, and they issue the fringe for each agency within the government. I will say a couple of years ago, I challenged it. And after going back and forth for some time, they were able to share how they arrive at the number. So therefore, it's something that I just have to, we all have to just deal with.
I don't think I have any other questions for you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the work you do.
Absolutely.
Thank you for herding the 13 cats.
No day is the same and no day is uneventful, Mr. Chairman, so thank you.
Thank you. We will turn to the next agency, and that is the Auditor of the District of Columbia, Kathy Patterson. When you are ready.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. It's always a hard act to follow the Secretary of the Council. Good morning, I'm Chairman Mendelson. I'm Kathy Patterson, the District of Columbia Auditor, and I appreciate this opportunity to talk about our proposed fiscal year 24 budget. I'll also give my perspective on a couple of provisions in the proposed Budget Support Act. As you know, with regard to FY23, as you know, we're in the process of recruiting for the position of Deputy Auditor for Public Safety, and I hope to have an individual on board by early summer. It is unlikely that we will be fully staffed this fiscal year, and it'd be my plan to use some of the personal services funds for ongoing or new contract engagements with the ability to carry over any remaining funds into the next fiscal year. Our personal services funding for the current year is 5.8 million, and that includes the 1.4 for the new Deputy Auditor for Public Safety. And assuming we have the new Deputy Auditor and perhaps 2 senior team members by the end of the fiscal year, that would mean spending roughly 400,000 of the personal services funds this year and carrying over a portion into the new year. Our FY23 spending also includes 250,000 in non-personal services, and we've designated those funds for the ongoing review of police staffing, an audit we contracted for late last year. The same omnibus police reform bill that included the authorization for the deputy auditor also assigned to us a new audit based on legislation introduced by Councilmember Louis George to assess whether MPD officers have ties to white supremacists or other hate groups. The statute requires that we submit a report within 18 months of the bill's applicability date, or roughly November 2024. I hope to have the new Deputy Auditor for Public Safety contract for that study, possibly with one of our local colleges or universities or another entity with clear qualifications to take on something that sensitive. In terms of support for that work, we may initiate a reprogramming and pull from the Deputy Auditor for Public Safety personal services funding. I have been asked on several occasions if there will be an impact on the new Deputy Auditor for Public Safety if the Republicans in the United States Congress are successful in their effort to nullify the council-passed police reform law. My response is it has no impact. The DC Auditor already had the authority to create such a position, and my reasoning in waiting for the council to act was to be clear on what the expectations would be based on the law and the committee report language. Because this office is part of the legislative branch of the DC government, it would be my intention to follow the law as approved by the DC Council. In addition to the 25 full-time equivalent staff members working at ODCA, we have contract audits underway on the internal controls in spending Federal CARES Act funding, MPD staffing, as I mentioned, the third of 3 case studies of officer-involved fatalities, services for crossover youth provided by the Child and Family Services agencies and Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services, and suicide prevention services in DC public schools. We have completed a contract audit on the impact of COVID-19 on behavioral health and are partnering with Georgetown University on the morning of April 20th for a panel discussion to release that report, and that is open to the public. And I hope you'll be able to join us, Mr. Chairman, and make opening remarks. The panel for the discussion will include Councilmember Henderson. In terms of FY24, the mayor's proposed budget includes 7.8 million and 40.8 FTEs. That includes 5.9 million for personal services and just under 2 million for non-personal services, the largest amount of which, again, will continue to support contract audits. That personal services funding includes the full funding for the new Deputy Auditor for Public Safety, which I hope will be fully staffed during the next fiscal year. And I believe we'll be looking for auditors, analysts, and investigators, and possibly specialists in law and communications to augment the capacity we have today. The proposed budget is sufficient to meet our mission. We currently have unfilled positions, though we are interviewing candidates, and I expect to make one or more offers in the coming weeks. A major issue I'm discussing with my senior team is whether ODCA should fill all of our allocated positions or continue to upgrade the compensation for our staff. We have lost staff to federal accountability offices based in part on the higher pay schedules of our federal counterparts. For purposes of retention, I would like to move virtually everyone on our staff to a higher level of compensation. One option that could accomplish that would be to adopt the pay schedule of the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, which, as you know, is roughly 8% higher than the remainder of the district's pay schedules. We're evaluating whether this would require legislation and whether it's the best way to better support retention and recruitment. Mr. Chairman, thank you for taking the time to tour our new offices across the street at 1331 Pennsylvania Avenue. We moved into the new space in December. We have a total of just under 14,000 square feet, including just under 10,000 square feet for the current office, which is actually a smaller footprint than we had previously. And we have another 39,000 square feet, 3,900 square feet for the Deputy Auditor for Public Safety. Proposed budget for our lease space in FY24 is $864,000, a slight decline from $900,000 budgeted in FY23. As I noted in my written performance testimony last month, I'm very pleased with the overall appearance of the new space and its but we experienced a safety incident at the end of January when a member of my leadership team had a rectangular metal door plate detach from above the door and fall on her head and arm, and she continues under treatment for concussion. The contractor and building owner were alerted, and all of the door plates were more securely fastened the next day. When we are looking into the causes behind this malfunction, I will follow up with the committee as appropriate. I was pleased to have been asked by the mayor before she transmitted her budget to talk about two of the proposals in the Budget Support Act. The first would more explicitly authorize the Office of the Chief Technology Officer to oversee cybersecurity policy and operations across the government. This is consistent with recommendations we have made, and it's also consistent with recommendations made in reports by the District of Columbia Homeland Security Commission. The other proposal is a different story. The mayor is proposing to amend the Comprehensive Merit Personnel Act to limit telework to 2 days per week for district employees who work a 5-day work week. I understand that the intent is to apply across the district government, including those of the DC Council and ODCA, as well as independent agencies such as the Office of the Attorney General and the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, although both of these entities have exemptions from all or part of the CMPA. I'd like to share a couple of comments from my staff. My human resources officer said, quote, "Proposing a policy requiring 3 days in office weekly will negatively affect our recruitment and retention. ODCA has already lost active and prospective employees to the feds for various reasons, and changing the telework policy will be another blow." Other ODCA staff members shared this. As a resident 20-something in the office, I will say that I and nearly all of my young professional friends here in DC put a lot of emphasis on work from home policies when selecting jobs to apply to and whether or not to leave a position. Another millennial on our staff agreed, calling the mayor's proposal disappointing. Our staff productivity has been consistently high throughout the pandemic. I do understand the desire for some managers to have their employees on hand at the office, but I know I would lose valued staff members if this policy is adopted and applicable to ODCA. I'd like to comment on another Budget Support Act proposal that was not on the mayor's agenda in meeting with me, and that's her proposal to defund the Criminal Code Reform Commission. I look forward to the council revising and reenacting a new criminal code. I also understand that a new criminal code will require significant additional work over several years to provide for a smooth transition and to also engage in the kind of training necessary for so many individuals engaged in law enforcement and the judiciary. Like most significant legislation, the criminal code is not one and done, and I urge you to provide ongoing funding at the FY24 budget. Mr. Chairman, you and I have been discussing the district's education data needs and challenges since the 2021 publication of the education data mandated by the council in December 2018. That comprehensive report recommended additional investments in collection and use of data. And I welcome another provision in the Budget Support Act, the Education to Employment Data System Act of 2023. Those, though, raise some questions. I appreciate the Bowser administration proposing new investments in data collection, but it will be important for the committee to ensure that we are not investing in yet another standalone data set that does not integrate with anything else now in place or on the drawing board. DC Code invests the Office of the State Secretary of Education with primary responsibility for education data. And another question is why the proposed new collection would be housed in the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education rather than OSCE. We flag the importance of a P20, a pre-kindergarten through post-high school system in the education data audit, but the council will also want to assess whether you believe that's the highest priority next step in education data, given there's so many areas that are still lacking. And you might want to get the view of the DC Education Research Collaborative on this issue. Finally, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to return to a question you asked me during my confirmation hearing earlier this year. You asked, how do we get the agencies to respond and improve based on our audits? I answered, noting the council's prerogative to respond with additional oversight and legislation. While most of our recommendations are directed toward the audited agency, on some occasions we conclude that statutory change is needed. You mentioned the 2018 case study we did of housing code violations and failures of enforcement at Dahlgreen Courts, a rental complex in the Brookland neighborhood. We made 21 recommendations in that report, 15 directed to the council to address deadlines and fine amounts to strengthen the enforcement of housing code violations. One of the recommendations was for the council to, quote, limit business activity of problematic landlords who meet defined criteria. And we said this could include prohibiting them from entering into agreements, requesting or receiving new financial support, or renewing a business license. And I would note that just recently an investigative report published by WAMU and DCist profiled a developer who's continually failed to address housing code violations, but nevertheless participated in the district's housing voucher program. Participation that would presumably have been precluded if the council had moved forward with legislation based on that specific recommendation. The legislature obviously is a key audience for our reports, and I very much appreciate the additional opportunities I've had to share with council members the issues we're working on and to recommend hearings and other ways in which to use ODCA's work. I'm appending to my testimony a spreadsheet from a recent recommendation compliance report listing the recommendations directed specifically to the council in reports published over the last 3 years. We're always happy to work with council members and members of your staff on hearing questions and legislative drafts to respond to the findings and recommendations in our reports. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my testimony, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thanks very much.
Thank you. With regard to the Deputy Auditor for Public Safety, you said you hope to have the position individual on board by early summer. You're behind your earlier schedule, aren't you on that?
Right.
As I recall, you were down to a couple of finalists. Did some of that drop out?
There were a couple of people who I knew before we started the search might be interested, and those didn't work out. But we continued the national search we started at the end of January, advertising in publications and reaching out through various networks. We do have some very strong candidates right now and starting interviews next week.
And then your unspent money at the end of the fiscal year drops into the audit engagement fund?
Right.
So that just automatically happens.
Right. But with regard to some of the funding that's allocated for the public safety unit, we are spending some of that on public safety issues now.
And right now, do you have a sense of how much you might have left over unused at the end of the year?
It could be as much as $1 million, but it really depends on the extent of the hiring that we're able to do once we have the deputy auditor on board.
You remember how much it was last year?
I don't have that information with me, but I'll get it for you. I know I had it for the earlier testimony. Didn't bring it with me today.
I don't understand your FTE situation. So according to the budget, proposed budget, you're going to go up by 0.2 FTE. I don't quite know what that looks like. But then in your testimony, you said you have 25 full-time equivalent staff, and then your budget is 40.8 FTE.
The proposed budget, yeah, including the deputy auditor for public safety unit.
Yes. Your current year budget is 40.6.
Right.
And last year, the actual was 34.7. But you said you have 25 full-time.
Right. We've never hired up to our actual FTE count, which is one of the reasons to have the conversation about additional staff versus retaining the high quality staff we have. So sometime my own view is that I would rather have fewer FTE allocated and be able to pay and recruit and retain really strong staff. We're kind of behind the 8 ball right now because we lose people for the federal government. And we've done some salary comparisons and see that we're on average, not quite at even to the level where this inspector general is paying. So I'm looking at how best to raise some of the salaries of staff. And that might mean that we wouldn't be able to afford having 40.8 if we have the folks that we want to keep and to recruit.
How soon are you going to have that figured out?
Probably after we hire the deputy auditor for public safety and can work with that individual in terms of the total number of staff and staffing compensation level that would need it. As you may recall, I gave you my best estimate on what that would be, but we haven't, I've never recruited investigators previously. So there's some talents that we'll need to recruit for that unit that we don't have on board right now. So I would hope within the next couple of months, once we have that person on board, we'll have more information on what it will take to fill out that part of the staff.
But you've been looking at this issue of higher pay versus filling more positions for a while.
Correct.
I'm just thinking that, we have a budget, we're going to adopt a budget, that presumably says 40.8 FTEs. And maybe that's not what we want to do, that we want to adopt a budget with a different pay scale.
I would be happy to see the not happy, I would be fine to see the FTE number drop, but not the total dollar figure drop, because the total dollar figure is what gives me the possibility, at least, of giving some of my strong performers a bump up in grade and pay.
But then would we need to adopt a revised salary schedule for you?
No, I mentioned the CFO's salary schedule, because as you know, the CFO pays people more than any other part of DC government. Their own schedule is about 8% higher than the CS schedule. And one of the thoughts I had was, having a whole schedule that's already figured out would be perhaps easier, but it's also more than we have the funding to do. So what we'll end up doing in all likelihood is looking at each individual and moving each individual who merits higher pay to that higher pay grade. One of the things that, Mr. Chairman, that I worry that we have not done, and I think maybe Ms. Smith's testimony covered the same point, we haven't always and consistently tried to ensure that our staff across the district government remain competitive. I know the last part of the government that I had a hand in handling salaries for, and that was the legal services that we created way back when I was on the council. Councilmember Ambrose and I created the new legal service pay schedule. We put language in the code that said something about that schedule will seek to remain competitive with the federal legal service schedule. And to my knowledge, that may be the only time that we've actually put that in the code. So that might be something just to think about.
You're talking about broadly or with regard to individual agencies like yours?
Frankly, both. I mean, I need to care about it in my own agency because I want us to continue to be a high-performing agency. But if the point that the secretary was making, that maybe there's not as competitive as pay schedule here at the council as need be. Again, this is all a brave new world for all of us, Mr. Chairman, post-pandemic, figuring out how to have workforce policies that are most advantageous to the best work being done. So I think not just location of work, but compensation is another issue that I think we need to continue to sort through with new information.
So how many vacant positions do you have right now?
15. And if you count the deputy auditor for public safety, that's, I think, 8.
So it's around 15.
But again, we've never hired up to our full FTE number.
And the deputy auditor is 8. So why does the budget book say you're increasing by 0.2 FTE?
I'm sorry, the budget book says we're increasing.
You're going from 40.6 in the approved budget this year to 40.8.
That's 0.2 of a person.
Yes. I'm asking.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding the question. We've never hired up to what the budget book has said.
No, I understand that. But somehow in the CFO's, somebody's calculations, it says that your office is growing by 0.2 of an FTE.
We don't have
budget
0.2 of an FTE. No, we don't have 0.2 of an FTE.
So at the end of your testimony, you talked a little bit about recommendations that you've made, your office has made to the council. I want to push back on that a little bit. So in the Dahlgren Courts audit, which I've not looked at in a few years, you indicate there were 15 recommendations directed at the council to change legislation. As if that's what's going to make the agency be more compliant. And that's not quite what you said, but you would like to return to a question that I had asked during your confirmation hearing. How do we get the agencies to respond and improve? Well, for instance, in what you have here, you mentioned increasing fines.
Right.
We can't even get Department of Buildings to track what happens to the fines that they assess. And I guess maybe this is just looking for more of a discussion on this. We could, I mean, it'd be a bit of some work to go through their fine schedule and make adjustments to the fines. But the more fundamental issue is that the agency issues fines, and if you ask the agency how many have been paid, they can't give you an answer, or how many have been paid within 6 months, on the theory that if it gets paid after 3 or 4 years of appeals, that's really not very, doesn't feel very enforcement related. And that's where the challenge is. I mean, I've criticized the director at public hearings over and over again about not being able to track his fines. Or I'll give another example. You did the audit on vacant property, and I don't remember offhand recommendations that you made, but I do remember in that report, you revealed that there were properties where a vacant property inspector would go out and say it's vacant, and then the property owner would come in and talk to a supervisor. I'm not sure that's legally appropriate, but, and it gets changed. That's kind of what I'm getting at when I asked the question, how do we get agencies to respond and improve?
And
Is that they read
again,
this stuff, they say, yeah, we agree and we'll make changes, and then nothing changes.
I think one of the points, and that report, the Dahlgren Courts report did go into the whole fine structure. And there are several of the recommendations speak to raising particular fines. And Mike, I think the thinking at that time was that where the fines been higher and also enforced, that would have a good impact, not just on the person with the enforcement with the violations, but also on other like situations, that if there were higher fines that people were actually forced to pay. So I think that was one point. But then the point about the other recommendation that I mentioned in the testimony, if we preclude someone who fails to respond to the enforcements and preclude them from from participating in the voucher program, for example, that would be another way to set an example for other developers, other folks who might be trying the same tactics for failing to fix code violations, but also continuing to get business with the DC government. I think the general point that I was making was that we are trying to figure out whatever ways we can to be more effective in the work that we do. And that was the way in which I was trying to respond to your question, because it was a very good question, how to get people to pay attention. And I think we're making good headway. There are a number of council committees that are using our reports and using them as basis for questions and things. And that was really the point I was trying to make, that one way for us to be more effective is to work more collaboratively with council and council committees.
Anything else you want to add on anything?
No, I very much appreciate the opportunity to make these points, and also to continue to work with you and your team on ways to make our office improve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for the work of your office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to move to the next office. We have the Office of Budget and Planning. I have two individuals before I get to Mr. Kennedy, who's the Deputy Chief Financial Officer. If they're here, Kiana Lamans and Sabrina Rhodes. Neither of them are here. All right, well, then we'll turn to Eric Kennedy. Oh, yeah, he's got. So Mr. Kennedy is participating virtually, I think. Not feeling well. I want to say that we're trying to get agency directors to come in person, but he indicated he wasn't feeling well, so that's why we have him virtually. Mr. Kennedy, give me a second. Give me just a moment before I ask you to give your statement.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, just to clear the record, I'm actually not, but I'm in the building today. I just didn't want to be infectious around people in your hearing. That's all. That's all. I am in the building.
Okay. Well, we appreciate you. Don't want to get anybody sick. Oh, give me a minute though before I ask you to give your statement.
Sure.
Give me just a minute, Mr. Kent.
Sure, sir.
Thank you for your patience. Why don't we get started? Mr. Kennedy, you have a statement. Do you want to go through that? And then I have some questions.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I am Eric Kennedy, Deputy Chief Financial Officer for the Office of Budget and Planning and the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. I am here today to testify in support of OBP's fiscal year 2024 budget request. With me today is Jacob Spalding, Associate Deputy Chief Financial Officer. I will cover the following areas in my remarks: OBP's fiscal year 2024 budget request, fiscal year 2023 accomplishments to date, and fiscal year 2024 key program initiatives. The fiscal year 2024 operating budget request for OBP is $6.6 million and 46 full-time equivalent or FTEs, which represents a net decrease of about 275,000 and no change in FTEs from the fiscal year 2023 approved budget of 6.9 million and 46 FTEs. I will now discuss some of our recent accomplishments and our plans for the remainder of the fiscal year 2023 and for fiscal year 2024. During the fiscal year 2024 budget formulation process, OBP collaborated with the Mayor's Office of Budget and Performance Management, or OBPM, agency program staff, and OCFO financial staff to produce several key budget products, which I will briefly review. The current service funding level budget. As part of the fiscal year 2024 budget development, we created the CSFL, or current service funding level budget, and published it on December 19th, 2022. This document provides an analysis of the cost of operating district agencies in FY 2024, local funds only, before consideration of any new policy decisions beyond the FY 2023 budget. Regarding the Mayor's fiscal year 2024 proposed budget request, OBP worked with mayoral and agency program and financial staff on the Mayor's proposed fiscal year 2024 budget preparation through March 22nd. A balanced fiscal year 2024 proposed budget and financial plan was submitted to the council and posted on the internet. We look forward to collaborating with the council and its staff on the consensus budget. Interagency budgets. OCFO transitioned to a new financial system, the district's integrated system, or DIFS, and managed the transition from intra-district budgets to the new interagency budget process in the fiscal year 2023 budget. Instead of duplicated budget in the agencies providing services, which we refer to as seller agencies, known as intra-district budgets, the new interagency process enables the seller agency to finance the services by directly charging interagency projects funded by the agency receiving the services, which we refer to as buyer agencies. OBP significantly improved the transparency of the interagency process by introducing 2 new reports in the fiscal year 2023 budget, which are continued in the fiscal year 2024 budget. The Table 7 report is included in the budget chapter of each agency that is a buyer and or seller in an interagency project. And those budgets reflect the impact of funding FTEs that are employed by other agencies. Specifically, this report details the number of budgeted interagency FTEs included in the buyer agency's budget that are employed by other agencies and the number of interagency FTEs that are employed by the agency as a seller, but are budgeted in the other agencies and the other buyer agency's budget. The Appendix J report provides detailed information regarding the proposed funding and FTEs budgeted for fiscal year 2023 interagency projects, but buyer and seller agencies. Buyer and seller agency. These reports are positive, tangible outcomes of the new system that have provided new insights into the interagency process. Regarding our financial plan, we continue to use the automated financial plan with the support of our Office of the Chief Information Officer throughout the mayor's budget formulation process. This enables us to keep the financial plan current with each new budget policy proposal, so we can see the out-year impact of the proposals. We were able to provide assistance to the mayor's staff on financial plan issues earlier in the budget process, and we look forward to providing the same assistance to your staff as council proceeds with its consideration of the budget. OBP continues to closely monitor agency spending through the financial review process for FRPs. We have revamped the FRP procedures to ensure that all FRP submissions are in compliance with current law and that they accurately reflect budget versus expenditures. Detailed FRP reports are due to my office on a quarterly basis, and agencies are required to provide monthly FRP reports at a summary level or at a detailed level in the event of a substantial change from the previous FRP. This ensures that agencies identify on a regular basis spending pressures and other important financial matters. OBP continues to manage the spending pressure task force by working closely with OCFO cluster and OBPM teams to vet and quickly identify potential gap closing solutions for potential spending pressures. In addition, we will continue to make current year and comparative historical data available to the public through CFO Info, the web-based tool that allows public users to explore budget data, as well as posting more than 50 reports we issue each year on the CFO's website. Finally, we continue to use JIRA software to track reprogrammings from the initial agency submission through the Mayor's Office of Policy and Legislative Affairs and OBPM to OBP approval and submission to the council when required. We have also expanded our use of JIRA to include ARPA funds and contingency reserve allocations, as well as O-type and interdistrict budget modification requests to allow agency financial staff the ability to track the real-time status of their requests at the various stages in OBP's approval process. This functionality has provided better visibility into our process and enabled us to produce our quarterly reprogram reports in a more efficient manner. As in past formulation cycles, OBP collaborated with the mayor's budget staff, agency program staff, and OCFO financial staff to develop the mayor's fiscal year 2024 through fiscal year 2029 capital budget requests. We also work closely with the Office of Finance and Treasury on multiple borrowing plan scenarios that were applied in the debt model to ensure that the district stay within the 12% debt cap throughout the 6-year capital improvements plan. My office also worked with the Office of Revenue Analysis to ensure balanced funding in the capital improvement program projects that are funded with local, special purpose revenue, and federal funds, such as gas tax receipts and rights of way fees. During the fiscal year 2024 through fiscal year 2029 CIP formulation, my office collaborated with the mayor's OBPM on the following. During this budget formulation cycle, OBPM continued its use of the investment review boards, or the IRB, relying on 3 boards to review all agency capital budget requests. The Facilities Projects Investment Review Board is composed of individuals with strong facility construction and planning backgrounds and experience. The Information Technology Investment Board consists of members with IT background and experience, and the Fleet and Infrastructure Review Board is composed of individuals with strong transportation, fleet, and planning background and experience. OBP participated in all 3 of the IRB meetings during the formulation period, providing support and knowledge of OCFO's policies on capital budgeting and eligibility. The Capital Asset Replacement Schedule System, or CARS, was utilized during this capital budget formulation for Mayor's proposed budget for the evaluation of facilities and for the replacement schedules for fleet vehicles across the district, as well as scoring of capital projects. CARS currently contains 100% of district-owned assets, totaling more than 316,000 individual assets. CARS was utilized to assess the viability of including medium and heavy-duty alternative energy vehicles in the district's overall fleet portfolio, as well as providing feedback on the district's support towards the cost of long-term capital needs, including restoration and repair of 35 separate housing complexes owned by the District of Columbia Housing Authority, which includes over 6,400 individual family units. The result of the physical needs assets of all 35 complexes have been uploaded and maintained in cards. The CIP continues to provide detailed information to the council's budget office staff during budget formulation as well as during execution. OBP has already begun working with the council's budget office on the fiscal year 2024 through fiscal year 2029 CIP formulation. We report on capital project spending issues that are inconsistent with spending plans to the Board of Review for Anti-Deficiency Violations. We also provide various reports that are posted to the CFO's website, including capital budget reprogramming activity, quarterly capital budget spending, and the district's Department of Transportation's reconciliation and reallocation efforts. We work with the Office of Finance and Treasury on the formulation and management of budget for various debt service agencies. We work with the Office of Financial Operations and Systems on fiscal year end closing and transfers that occur between the operating and the capital budgets. Also, we will continue to make capital project data available to the public by agency and by ward on the CFO Info website, as well as responding to internal and external requests for information regarding the district CIP. Our central goal is to continue to improve OBP's performance. OBP's major operational goals for fiscal year 2024 are as follows: incorporate lessons learned from the fiscal year 2024 budget development process into fiscal year 2025 budget development process. Continue to improve the FRP procedures and to manage the spending pressure task force to foster cooperation and collaboration between the OCFO and OBPM in order to identify potential spending pressures early and develop gap closing plans that tap all resources available to the district. Expand our use of JIRA software to review and approve additional full-time equivalent authorization requests, furthering the condition of our work with OBPM and with the OCFO cluster staff. Continue to make enhancements to the CIP with further analysis of the operating budget effects from completed capital projects and monitoring of capital fund balance. Continue to provide leadership and subject matter expertise for the OCFO's implementation of the district's new accounting and budget system, the district's integrated financial system, and continue to lead the support and use of the capital assets replacement scheduling system, which is part of the OCFO's 5-year strategic plan and enables the OCFO to meet legislative requirements regarding the creation of the long-range capital financial plan. In conclusion, we look forward to working collaboratively with the council during the development of the district's fiscal year 2024 consensus budget. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my remarks. I would be pleased to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. How many FTEs do you have in your office?
We have, I believe it said 46. Let me just double check that. I believe 46, sir.
And how many vacancies do you have?
I have 1 vacancy.
So you have 1 vacancy out of 46.
Yes.
And in your budget for next year, is there any salary lapse?
Because I'm a program within an agency, that's hard to answer, but I would say probably not, since I only have the 1 vacancy. I'm required to run the OCFO is required to have a certain amount of vacancy savings, but that's made up of all of the different programs within the OCFO. And I don't think that I'll be contributing a lot unless I begin to lose more staff.
Okay. I think I want to start on this, which is not a happy note. We received the budget from the mayor on 2 weeks ago on March 22nd, actually 2 weeks ago yesterday, 2 weeks ago. Last December, we adopted a resolution that set forth pursuant to the Home Rule Act information that we wanted to receive as part of the budget. That's information that a lot of which is in the budget books, but then there's additional information. As of today, we still don't have some information that we were required to receive, that we had required be provided. We have not received it. Some of that's on the Executive Office of the Mayor, some of it's on you. I would argue that that which the Executive Office of the Mayor has not given us, that it's a responsibility of the OCFO to make sure that we get it. I did not receive the budget books until I believe it was last Friday. That's what, roughly 10 days after the budget was supposed to be submitted, supposedly was submitted to the council. Let me go over that. I received the budget books on March 31st for a budget that was to be submitted on March 22nd. Included with the budget documents was a supplemental revised budget for the current fiscal year. As of today, we are still waiting on the attributes to fully understand what is going on in the supplemental. I don't know how I can say to my colleagues that we have received the budget as required on March 22nd, which is when the count under the Home Rule Act is supposed to begin. The 70-day count is supposed to begin. There's other information that we've been struggling to get over the last couple of weeks. We should have had all of that information on March 22nd. So this is all by way of introduction to say that I am not a happy camper as I'm sitting here. So let me begin with this. Who reviews the Budget Support Act to ensure all necessary provisions are included to effectuate a balanced budget? For example, the law requires that there is an at-risk concentration funding weight in the uniform per student funding formula. An at-risk concentration weight, which we think is underfunded by about $1.5 million. That's not a balanced budget if it doesn't comply with the law. We adopted a law last December that requires that schools get funded first within DCPS. The chancellor has said publicly at several hearings that he had no intention of complying with it. As you know, Mr. Kennedy, the mayor doesn't have to comply with a law if, as part of her balanced budget, she has amendments in the Budget Support Act. But there are none with regard to schools first. There are none with regard to the UPSFF at-risk concentration weight. Those are a couple of examples. We receive all of these documents as a package, and as a package that are balanced budget. I'm under the impression that the requirement for it being balanced comes out of your office, or rather the assurance that it is balanced comes out of your office.
That's
And yet
correct.
the BSA does not track the budget to either ensure that the budget complies with the law or that the BSA makes changes to the law. So who reviews the BSA?
So the BSA is reviewed by our legal staff along with my staff. A lot of times, however, we get the BSA, we get a review of the BSA maybe the day before the budget goes out the door.
Did you say
or
the day before?
Day before, or day, maybe a week before or something, but it's constantly changing. When you and I last spoke about this requirement at my oversight hearing, I was under the impression that it was going to be repealed. But so I think in this particular case, and I don't want to sound like I'm contradicting you, but I do agree that it does not meet the letter of that law that you passed. But I do believe that it is balanced because there are expenditures and revenue balance the budget. So it's okay for the OCFO
or I'll say the CFO, to provide us a budget that does not comply with the law,
No, it's unfortunate.
okay. So then, and it's okay for the executive office of the mayor, let me rephrase that. It's okay for the mayor to give you the BSA the day before so that you're jammed?
Well, it's not always the day before. I mean, I should have put a date on that, but
Okay.
I think the biggest point here is,
Well, but the council is suffering in this. I'm getting a little.
Yeah, I get it.
And I
'Cause
shouldn't.
I've been
Council is
working-
suffering in this. We have 70 days.
Yep.
We have 70 days. The mayor has as long as she wants to take, because even though there's a deadline, March 22nd, she can start as soon as she wants to.
right,
And actually, our 70 days is roughly 2 months. And we know she starts in the fall, so she's got many, 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 many days.
Yep.
And what I am seeing is a disordered process that gives the council conflicting and, from a legal perspective, inadequate budgeting that is very disordered. So if we didn't have smart staff who could identify that there's a provision in the law that isn't being followed, we wouldn't catch these things because the CFO didn't catch them.
Well,
Which gets back to my question. Maybe I should have put it differently. Instead of who reviews, how does the CFO ensure that when we get the budget, it is properly balanced, no, legally balanced with regard to provisions in the BSA?
so, I don't think that this is actually gonna answer your question the way I think you're looking for me to answer it. But what I can say in this particular case is there is, and we knew that I didn't have to read the BSA, Mr. Chairman. I knew that the executive did not intend to budget as that law required. So unfortunately, without the assistance of the program staff, there's no way for me to go into that budget and reorganize it. It's just not possible. And so
Yes,
that
but
we would
should
not get a
not-
budget. That
But
means
should
we're
not,
get
it might
that.
be, Mr. Kennedy, it might be unfair for me to be picking on you, but should not the CFO or the OCFO, the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, be responsible for catching this and saying to
That's
the
not it.
executive, hey,
I did catch it,
executive,
sir, and I am the one you should be blaming. It is my responsibility to make sure that the things that you ask get done. It's partly my responsibility. And I made a choice. I knew it wasn't gonna be done. And the choice was to get you the budget and then to work with your team to get the budget in the state that you want it in.
well, I hope I'm conveying that that's not acceptable because
As
we
you
have
are. And I
70,
agree with you.
we have 70 days and actually 56 days before the first vote. So we don't even have 2 months to
Yes,
sort this stuff out. So did we get a complete budget? Did we get a complete, balanced, legally sufficient budget on March 22nd? And before you answer that, I mean, I'm looking at this note here, the at-risk concentration funding is underfunded. Let's try the HPTF. So the law requires that 50% of the ACFR, that's the annual certified financial report. I know you know that, but for the public, the law requires that 50% of the ACFR certified surplus shall be deposited into the Housing Production Trust Fund. Yes or no? Did the mayor do that with this budget?
Jim.
No. Okay.
No,
Which,
I said, Jim, I'm sorry, I'm asking Mr. Spalding.
Yeah, no, the mayor chose to use those funds for other purposes as the past several years.
okay. So now then, shouldn't there be BSA language that says, hey, for next year, we're waiving that, or for this fiscal year's budget, we're waiving that? Shouldn't that be in the BSA?
Well,
Yes, it should.
yeah.
Okay. So here we have a budget for next year and a BSA for next year that balances the budget, right? The BSA balances the budget, and there's no legal authority in the BSA for that reallocation. How about the PAYGO transfer? The law requires that 50% of the ACFR certified surplus is supposed to go into the CIP as a pay-go transfer, correct?
No.
Yes, it's the other half of the funds from the HPTF, yes.
And did that happen with this budget?
Same as the HPTF, no.
And is there language in the BSA to that effect?
I believe the answer is no.
Now, those are the instances that I know of.
Yep.
But actually, there's another one here, a little bit different. So when the mayor sends down her budget, she sweeps some of the funds. Usually we get in trouble for that, especially if they're environmental funds. She sweeps the funds. She puts language in the BSA with regard to that. I guess as far as I know, the BSA is pretty good on this particular point that the funds that are swept are listed in the BSA from the mayor. But then there's this issue, and that is whether or who looks to see whether some of those funds are restricted so that they can't be swept.
OBP does that. We look at the funds to make sure that they can't be swept. And I think our track record has been pretty good. When I say pretty good, I mean like 99% of the time, overall, we don't miss anything. There are times, there's been occasions where we may have overlooked something that was restricted, but that's the exception. That's not the rule.
Well, do you have a systematized process
We do.
whereby you ensure that the executive assures you, ensure that the executive assures you that those funds can be swept? Is that systematized?
Yes.
Well, then how did the opioid settlement fund slip through?
Again, I thought we're still looking at that. If a decision's been made that is federally restricted, because I thought that was something we were still looking into.
I don't think it should be an open question. It should have been resolved before March 22nd.
Well, we thought it was fine, and now we're being told that it might not be fine. So we're looking into it again to make sure that what we initially thought and saw was correct. So we're not changing our opinion. We're simply at the request of your office looking into it to make sure that something wasn't missed.
We have a supplemental budget before us. That's for the public's understanding, a revision to the current year budget. We have to adopt that or the budget can't be revised. As I indicated before, we still do not have the attributes. So we do not understand the changes that are being made in the supplemental. What were you saying?
I was going to ask you, may I respond to that?
Yes.
So, and actually, if you don't mind, I'd like to respond to the totality of the budget submission. So you're correct in that you did not get physical budget books until a week later. I had to make a decision, either give you nothing or publish the budget books on the web, which were very late on the 22nd, but we eventually did get them except for volume 5, I think, in volume 1, which we had to do the next day because those volumes require something very special. I mean, it's, I think every time I come before you, I talk about pencils down, and when pencils down aren't met, this is where we are. Now, with regard to the supplemental, I also had to make a decision. While we're doing the supplemental and doing the budget and the 24 budget and out years, and if we're still moving well past pencils down date, the decision I have to make is, do I tell my staff to focus on grabbing all of the documentation that goes with what I need to submit to you, or do I have their focus on getting the budget done and out the door and on the web? And the decision was, I wanted to focus on getting the budget on the web and eventually getting budget books to you. Now, I had 2 bad decisions that I had to choose from. And one could argue that maybe I took the wrong one, but those are the decisions I made. No one's responsible for that other than me, but I wanted to get a budget book to you. And I can tell you that it was, and not that this matters, but it was like it has been, it was extremely difficult to get there. And so now we're going back, getting the things that we typically would hope to have for you when you ask for them. And there's sometimes some push and pull. I think that sometimes what happens, some folks don't necessarily understand the budget process, and they think when a decision's made, and I'm not pointing fingers at any one person, I'm only saying that they think that if a cut's made, that once that's done, it's been certified, it's good, that they get to change it after the fact. And so we spend a lot of time saying, no, you don't get to change that. I'm taking this, give me the attributes. And some of that's what's going on. But to my, and again, we missed the date, period. I know, but I know right now there are only 2 outstanding sets of attributes. That doesn't change the fact that we missed the date. But
So how do we know that the supplemental's balanced?
it's balanced. So again, it's not a question of whether the cuts occurred. Again, I'm trying not to get into slinging mud here. I'm only saying that sometimes getting people to let.
Well, I'm willing to sling mud. And why is it okay? Why does your office allow the executive to play you this way?
What should I do, Mr. Chairman?
Well, you could tell them the pencils down has to be by such and such a date.
And
So
I've done that.
meet your deadline.
If I keep moving, let's say I do that, and I've done that. I do that every year. So again, I don't want to be adversarial with you. So I want you to understand the tone in which I'm speaking to you. I'm explaining. If I say, which I say every year, and I think everyone in your staff knows this, I say, look, you're not going to meet this. We're not going to deliver a budget book. And if I tell my staff, guess what? This is not going to happen. Don't work 24 hours to get the budget book to the council. Just stop. Then I'm going to be faced with the fact that I didn't get you a budget book. And so it's a 6 on one hand, half a dozen on the other. The only way for me to enforce pencils down is to say, council, you're not getting a budget book on the 22nd.
No, you could say to the executive, you're not going to meet your deadline.
I've said that. I say that every year.
Well, I didn't hear it.
Saying that.
I didn't hear it.
I'm not sure I understand, sir.
This is what I know. That the Council of the District of Columbia was told on March 22nd that it received the budget from the mayor on time. And in fact, we did not, because we are missing all this stuff. And what you're telling me is that a lot of it has to do with the fact that the executive couldn't get its pencils down to get you the stuff so that you could give us a budget, actually, so that they could give us a budget by March 22nd.
That is correct.
So to be harsh about it, there was a lie. And the lie didn't come from you, but you were complicit in it.
I am very
In the
complicit.
sense that you let them play you like this. And
Well-
we're the ones who suffer unless I simply declare we didn't get it on March 22nd.
Well, if you want to characterize it as me being played that way, I appreciate that characterization, but I don't agree with you in that, like I said, I think every single person who knows me in the district knows that I have tried everything in my power to get the pencils down met. We've tried letters, we've tried this, we've tried it.
Except being public about it.
Well, I'm not, I don't do that.
I'm just saying, I mean,
Yeah, but I don't do that.
when somebody misbehaves, you can, I really am getting on the border of being too harsh, and I don't want to do that.
Okay.
When
I can
somebody
take-
misbehaves, it can be kept a secret, and then it's really kind of on you in this case.
Yep.
Or it can be known to everybody, in which case it's on them.
You
And
know
I'm
what?
not sure who it's on, because all I know again is that I got a budget that makes some changes that are not permitted by law. And there's a BSA to balance the budget that doesn't make the changes to those laws so that the budget is balanced. That there's some questions about some of the fund sweeps, because apparently the law was not, we think the law may not have been followed with regard to, or maybe I should say the contracts had not been followed or settlement agreements hadn't been followed. And we're still waiting for stuff, which apparently you're still waiting for.
Well,
This is the first of public is hearing today,
mhm.
April 6th. Today's not the 6th. Yes, it is. Today, April 6th is the first that the public is hearing. The public is hearing that the attributes which explain how the supplemental revisions are balanced are still missing.
Yep, we're still missing 2 agencies. So again, Mr. Chairman,
Well, let me keep moving.
okay,
I asked you about the PAYGO transfer. And of course, the issue there, and this ought to be clear, this is, I guess, I'd love it if the CFO pushed back, but the mayor's, I guess, within her rights, that if she doesn't want to put cash into the capital budget to reduce our borrowing interest. By the way, Mr. Kennedy, how much are we paying in interest this year or next year?
you know that. No, I don't have that information, Mr. Chairman. I'll have to get. back.
$100,000?
I don't have the answer. I have to get back to you.
$100 million?
It's close to 1 billion, if not exceeding a billion this year.
Could you say it again? You were a little muffled.
I'm sorry, it's close to $1 billion. If you give about 15 seconds, I can find the number for you. This general fund is 1.1 billion for FY24. And that's in the repayments of loans and interest line. There are other smaller accounts as well.
All right, so let me be clear. What we are going to pay in interest, this is for next year or this year?
For FY24 general fund,
Next year, general fund. So this isn't the total amount. This district is going to pay in interest.
it's principal and interest, I'm sorry.
1,100,100,100.
Well, if you want the exact number, sir,
It's
general
1
fund 1
billion.
comma, it's 1.112226, and I'm not sure the last 3 digits, and that's principal plus interest. That's not interest
principal
alone.
plus interest. We don't have strictly the interest number in front of us.
A lot of money. So at any rate, we have PAYGO. That's to put cash into our capital improvement plans so that we can continue to have a robust capital improvement plan and not be spending 5% of our budget on interest. Where do I want to go here? My next issue that I want to bring up is the financial plan. The financial plan, is that managed by your office, Mr. Kennedy?
Yes, yes, it is.
Now, I don't want to beat up on you, but I am like really unhappy about the baby bonds. So correct me if I'm wrong, but this is my understanding. A couple of years ago, the council adopted a policy that for low-income people in the district, in order to try to change the cycle of poverty, that we would establish a wealth building program, which we called baby bonds, that individuals born in the district in poverty, like on Medicaid, their families on Medicaid, that the city would put aside, I believe it's $1,000 a year for each individual until they're 18. And I believe interest accrues on that so that when they are graduating from high school, they have access to roughly $20,000 that they can use for education or to start a business. There's some limitations, but it's all about the opportunity to build wealth, people who are born in poverty. It's an issue that's been discussed nationally that our beloved Congress has been unable to adopt, but we adopted it here and we fully funded it. And the way that we fund, and I'm saying stuff that you know, Mr. Kennedy, but so the process the public understands, is we take the idea, we go to the Office of Revenue Analysis, it's in the OCFO, and they tell us what they think it'll cost. And my recollection is that it costs $8 or $10 million the first year, and the second year, because there'll be more individuals, it costs more. I think it goes up about $3 million a year. And so year after year, it keeps going up about 3 million. And in order for us to adopt this as part of the budget a couple of years ago, we had to map it out through the financial plan and fund it. And my recollection is that year, your office certified that the financial plan with the baby bond proposal was balanced. Am I correct so far?
Yes.
Okay. This year, the mayor gives us a budget and she zeroes out the baby bonds starting next year. And we're of course upset about this. And we have a hearing where the mayor presents the budget and we ask, and what the mayor's budget director says to us is, well, it wasn't funded in the out years, meaning through the financial plan. But Mr. Kennedy, when we put it in the budget 2 years ago, it was funded in the financial plan. I think you just said I was correct in that.
You are correct.
So evidently there's a limitation on the financial plan that when there are initiatives or programs that the council funds that increase over time or have varying amounts over the years, like a startup cost this year, since it was started up, it's less next year, but then something happens in the third year and it goes up, so it's not even, that the financial plan isn't able to handle that in terms of when you produce a subsequent financial plan. Am I correct so far?
No, sir. The financial plan, the mechanics of the financial plan had nothing to do with what occurred here. I can go into the details if you would like me to, but I can tell you it's not the mechanic of the financial plan. It's a process. It was a process issue, and that has since been corrected. And we're relatively certain that can never happen again, but it was a process issue. Had nothing to do with the financial plan, the mechanics of it, how it works, anything like that. It has nothing to do with that.
Well, I'm happy to get the explanation. And if I sound a little edgy about this, it's because, how do I put this diplomatically? As far as I'm concerned with regard to baby bonds, the council got screwed. So
Yeah.
if you could
Well,
explain.
I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
No, please, you said,
It's a
I'm
process.
asking you to
So when you funded it, it was funded, it was in the plan went out to 26, I believe. So the next year, so the plan included what was in the FIS, because you had to support the FIS. So in the financial plan, we then moved to 27. And I'm gonna try not to get technical about this, so I'm gonna use some words that probably won't mean anything to you, but I'll explain them if you want me to go into it, not because you can't understand it, but it's OBP speak. And so, so we added a year to the plan when we were doing the 24-year budget, 24-year budget and financial plan, we added 27. So what happened was, in that 27 year, the process typically, or should be, it is now, that we would go back to ORA and get the next growth rate amount for 27. That never happened. And so the process was flawed. It's not the first time, unfortunately. You didn't ask me that, but it's not the first time over the 17 years that I've been here. It's the last time, but it was a process flaw. Because we work with many different parts of OCFO. We don't just work, I mean, you know this, but this is for whoever's listening. When we're developing the budget, late evenings, we're down to the wire, we're dealing with 3 or 4 different units in OCFO. And this one, because the process was never ironclad, it fell through the cracks. Period. That's it. But it was not because the financial plan couldn't handle it.
So Jenny Reed's testimony on March 24th was that it was zeroed out in 24 and 25.
No, it was not. It was not in 27. That's it, period. It was not in
26, I think. I think this is in the 23 budget. So 26 was the last year of the financial
Yep.
plan.
That's right.
And that's where it was funded in 24, 25, as Mr. Kennedy said. When we rolled the prior year financial plan forward to cover 23 through 26, it was only the 26 amount that wasn't filled in because that was the new year
Okay.
that came into the financial plan. Yeah.
You did a better job explaining.
Yeah.
So I don't
So
know
it
what
was-
Jenny's testimony was, but this is what happened.
It was only the 1 year that was missing.
Well, that certainly wasn't what she said, and I'm not trying to pit her against you, but so you've said this is not the only time this has happened. And so how can I sit here as chair of the legislative branch with confidence that this won't happen again?
Well, let me say it a different way. We have caught it in the past. We didn't catch this. We didn't catch
There
this.
were actually, you remind me, there were a couple others. There was the early childhood educator funding, which was to go up every year. And my understanding is that that got caught by the EOM and brought to your attention.
Yeah. I don't recall that, to be candid with you. So, and so the process improvement, we've always been able to catch it. But this year, this go around or last go around, we didn't. And so since then, we've revamped our process. I mean, I don't know that you want to hear that. It's a little boring. I could go through it with you, but I'd rather do it offline with your budget office, which
No, I would like you to put it on the record here.
Okay, so this year, when unlike in the past, what we do is when we're working on the financial plan, no matter how little time we have, it doesn't matter. What we do is we provide for all the people who feed into the plan a snapshot of all of the different components that they were supposed to contribute. Once we get their thumbs up, we then provide it to, and I'm going to talk about, we provide it to the mayor's budget director. And in this case, we'll provide it to your budget director, not the plan, but a document that shows all of the different components that are supposed, resource components and uneven growth rate expenditures in the out years of the plan. And we get everybody's thumbs up on it. And we don't run a plan until we get everyone's thumbs up on it, that we have it all in one place. Now, this wouldn't be necessary if we had a budget system that allowed revenue to feed into our financial plan, but we don't. And so there's no other way of doing this. It has to be done manually. And we just needed to change the process. But now, let me tell you what that means, Mr. Chairman, because you've asked me this in the past. You've asked me why it takes so long to get a financial plan. And I usually say to you, because we want to make sure that we catch everything. And then there's a lot of stuff that's involved with the financial plan in terms of the mechanics of it. Okay, so we went back and we fixed the mechanics part. I'll say this, we evolved the mechanics part. But now, because of this issue, we wanted to fix this. It's going to take a little longer because we need confirmation that every component that either your office feeds into or ORA feeds into us or someone else gives us, we have to make certain that it's there before we run a financial plan so that we don't have all the back and forth about what should be in the plan, what shouldn't be in the plan. And so, okay, yeah, it's going to take a little longer because of that process, but I have no other way of doing it.
So
Sort of getting a budget system like all the other budget systems in the country that allows revenue to flow into the financial plan.
well, why isn't there a budget system? I just thought we just started diffs.
Well, sir, we do not have the funding for the budget component. We needed $15 million to be restored in capital. We didn't get it. And so we're going to have a budget system alternative, but it's not going to do that. We're going to do something else, but it's not going to do that.
You lost me there. So you need $15 million.
$15
But
million in
yeah,
capital.
what's
but
that?
We needed $15 million more in capital for the $15 million to be restored before we could move forward with the budget, phase 2 of the DIPS project, which is the budget module. At this point, we're out of time. So we have to go to a temporary solution, which I'm now one of the people heading that project up, and along with our Office of Chief Information or Chief Technology Officer, we're heading that up. And so in October, when we start budgeting, we're going to be using this temporary budget system because that's the choices. That's the only choice we have at this point.
Well, I have the impression that this is a troubled system. I seem to recall a letter from the city administrator a couple months ago that sounded quite serious with regard to problems with diffs. But you're saying that what you were hoping for was that phase two would be constructing a budget system to be added to diffs. I'm understanding that correctly?
That's correct. That was the plan.
Okay, so if the council puts 15 million in for FY24, you said it's too late?
We would like you to put it in, but that'll help us to formulate the 26 budget. That's not gonna help us for the 25 budget at this point.
And how do you know 15 million is the right amount? And why is it that this wasn't included as part of phase one, whatever
Oh,
phase?
it was actually, sir. If you recall, you may not recall, but this 15 million was swept out of, taken out of the budget with the hopes that it would be restored later on. It was not restored. And we thought it
When
would.
did that happen and who did it?
So it was the mayor's office that decided to use the 15 million. I don't remember which year it was. And yeah, it's okay. The years, it doesn't matter. And that when we needed it to start phase two, that it would be here, but the decision was made that it could not restore it. And so they didn't restore. And so we went to plan B.
So did you send a Form B enhancement request to the mayor to ask for the 15 million for FY24?
We requested, I don't know about the Form B. I know we requested to have the 15 million restored and it was denied.
Do you know what reason you were given?
That we had some capital fund balances already and that, the city saw a big drop in revenues and everyone had to do their part and that we should use the existing balances we had in our different capital balances to do this, but we can't, we still argue we can't do that. We have other projects that have to get done. So, that's where we are, but we will have a temporary budget system in place.
So the reason why the argument that you have other fund balances, the
Yes.
reason why that doesn't work is because those balances are needed for other projects.
That's correct. They're along with this project, some of it's for this project, some of it's for other critical projects that we can't do. So we've gone to our CFO, tasked us with finding a solution, and we have.
Is
So
diffs,
we do believe that by 2026, we'll be able to bring back, hopefully, we'll have the funding by 2026 for the 2026 budget. We're not throwing that budget system out the door. It's still here. We just can't implement it right now. So this system that we're going to implement is going to be temporary. We're going to work with the mayor. We're going to work with you, whoever we can work with to get that 15 million back. But that's not going to help us for the 2025 budget.
are we paying for this temporary system?
We're growing it. We're home growing it.
Okay, so there's not a lot of expense with that.
There's expenses, but we're home growing it. We're going to cut back on other things to get this done.
Is diffs yours? Diffs is for managing expenditures in the budget?
Oh, you're talking about the ERP. I mean, it's the OCFO overall that's managing it, but my counterpart in Opus is the business owner of the ERP system that I think you're referring to, not me.
I'm not sure what I'm referring to because these are just acronyms to me.
Oh,
So
let's say it a different way. So the system that manages the expenditures that you were just talking about, that's not a system that I'm the business owner of.
it's a different agency or office within the
It's a
OCFO.
different office within the OCFO.
And
Yes.
diffs, so diffs is owned by this other agency or?
It's OCFO that manages it overall, but in terms of the business owner, it's not me. I'm the business owner of the budget system.
Okay.
Yeah.
So baby bonds and that kind of baby bonds and that kind of mistake isn't going to happen again because your office has come up with a manual solution.
Correct. It always, until we get a new budget system, all of the solutions that typically prevent some of the things over the years that, you know, that everyone had struggled with. It has to be a manual process, but it will slow down, not a lot. It'll slow down by about 30 minutes to getting the financial plan run, to the extent that everyone reviews what we have and they respond within that 30. That's on average what we saw when we did it this year with the mayor's budget people. It took about 30 minutes in total. So, you know, yeah, it's gonna slow it down. But I told you last year, because you were concerned at how long it took us to get a plan to your budget office.
Yep.
And that was some systems kind of things, and we fixed that. But then now we had to put this process in place, so that we don't, you know, miss something that comes from multiple offices. You know, I mean, literally, you know, we have to juggle things from your office or your budget office from, I'm not asking you to feel sorry for us. I'm only trying to paint a picture here that until we get a budget system that puts everything in one place, this is the way it is.
But it is possible for there to be more order. So the budget was due to us on March 22nd. My impression is that the mayor's pencils downs was like March 20th. What are you going to do next year to make sure that doesn't happen again?
I knew that question was coming. So I got two choices. The first is, realistically, I can say, okay, we're gonna have to go to the chairman and tell him he's not getting the budget book on whatever the date is because I don't have enough time. I'm not sure that's the ideal choice because that kind of smacks in the face at your deadline period, but it's not really my fault.
Correct.
My other choice is, you know, I can throw some more staff at it so that my people aren't juggling 11 agencies at a time, which is the case now, where they're juggling, have oversight for 8 to 11 district agencies at one time, and they're doing 20. They're doing a supplemental. They're doing the budget and financial plan, and they're getting all the documents together, and they're doing all that in a span of about 4 days, as opposed to the days that I need. So the only other solution, which is not the most efficient thing, but just have to throw more staff at it. I have to cut back on the amount of work, the workload for an individual staff person by throwing more staff at it. And that's it.
I think your statement that you gave earlier said your budget is adequate. So somehow throwing more staff at it doesn't sound like that's.
Well, that means that I would have to go back and talk about changing the budget. But I mean, you're asking me for solutions right now. And quite honestly,
Yeah, I'd like a commitment from you that you set a date to the executive for pencils down. And if they miss that date, that you tell the executive you're going to come to me and tell me that we're going to have to delay the budget submission.
you have my word on it. Done.
I have a couple of other irritants. As you know, every year, we, the council, as we are working on the budget, come up with some ideas. Some of them are good, some of them are bad. And we try to work with your office. Don't read into that a complaint. We have a good relationship with your office. And we say, you know, Councilmember Mendelson's got this idea, maybe we don't say this crazy idea, that we're just going to like zero out this half of an agency. And then your shop is supposed to keep that confidential while you figure out whether it's feasible.
Yep.
Okay. So this morning I met with the chancellor of DC Public Schools, and he asked me why I was looking at certain FTE vacancies, which he could only know because it got leaked by the OCFO.
Okay, so can I want to respond to that. Now, what I've said, and I've always said this since our previous CFO, and one time you, me, and your budget director and the previous CFO, Jeff DeWitt, and a few other people got together and we met and we talked about this very issue. And we said, if you're going to take FTEs away, we need to confirm that those people aren't in the job. And only under those circumstances will we go back and ask, are there people in this job?
And who do you ask?
I'm sorry,
Who do
sir.
you ask? Who do you ask?
We have no choice but to go back and ask the program staff, because we
No,
don't.
you ask the agency fiscal officer.
No, not me. It's not my office having these conversations. My office, we're the central budget office. The agency fiscal officer has to do it. He does not know if they've hired someone. He wouldn't know unless he asks. We don't do the HR component.
Why would the AFO not know whether an agency's hired somebody? The AFO is the one, AFO is the agency fiscal officer. The AFO works for the OCFO.
Yep.
I don't think the AFO works for you.
So let me say it, let me spell it out. So the ACFO, I'm sorry, the agency fiscal officer provides the funding cert that says you may hire. An
Right.
agency goes and they hires, they don't come back and say to the AFO, we've made this hire. Right?
Correct.
And so we have to confirm
Correct.
that the position is vacant. That's what we do. That's what we've always done. Other than that, there's no discussions with the program.
Mr. Kennedy.
Yep.
The agency fiscal officer will know whether their funding certification was requested.
That's only the funding certification. But
Okay,
it
what if no
doesn't-
funding certification has been requested?
But that's before you advertise the job. So in order to advertise the job, you have to have a funding certification document.
Hey,
So you
okay,
get that funding- I mean, I've had this discussion with your budget office, and I believe that they're on board with it. We've always been in agreement about this. We don't have a choice, but we don't talk about why. We just ask the question. We don't say the council wants to do this. We just ask, show me the list of vacancies. Show me I'm gonna show you, here's
Mr. Kennedy, you made a very important distinction, which you've spent no time on. A
Okay.
distinction between a vacant position,
Okay.
for which there's been a funding certification in order to hire,
Mhm.
and a vacant position for which there's not been a funding certification. I just had testimony from the DC auditor. She's
Yep.
got something like 15 vacancies.
Yes, that's what she said.
And she made it pretty clear that she hasn't done anything to hire at least half of them. So you could reach out to her AFO and you could say, are there any positions that are vacant for which there hasn't been a funding certification?
So when we're formulating 2024 budget, there are positions that are in the budget system that are marked as vacant. However, there are occasions, and this is what happens when we start talking about cutting 23 FTEs. Because it appears that the FTE is vacant because it says it's vacant in the budget system. But in reality, if you go to PeopleSoft, that position might be filled this year, which means you have to do one of two things. You have to either eliminate the person in the job if you plan to take the money in 24, or you have to back off taking the FTE.
I understand the consequences, but if your AFO can go PeopleSoft and answer the question, why does your AFO have to go to the agency staff?
Well,
And
I'm not
signal to them
saying
what
that
we're gonna
happened
do.
here, Mr. Mendelson. I am not saying that happened here. I will look into this because I'm not saying that happened. I'm just explaining to you the only time that we always check with your budget office before we do it. Always. So I'm not saying that happened here. I'm simply providing for you the exception to the rule. And we always check with your budget office. And I think I told you last year, the year before, I wasn't in this job, with respect to people in the OCFO disclosing any information that your office did not agree to have disclosed to the program staff, we don't do it. And that comes to me. I'm responsible for making sure that doesn't happen. We don't do it.
Well, all I know is that the chancellor today asked me why I was looking at vacant positions in DCPS.
Yeah,
And
I will.
There's only
look at
one
that.
way he knows that, and it's the one way is that it came from your office, because
Well, it came
our
from
office-
the OCFO. It would come from the OCFO, but the same thing. But again, if we need to verify, you know, if I could do this, just to clarify, if I could just get with your budget director, because I think something may have changed in terms of the way we approach this. And I will talk to her, and if something's changed, we'll make the shift, okay? But yeah, we've always had this practice in place since, well, I won't say always, but I'll say for the last 5 years, this is the practice that we've had.
in your, okay, so
We
you
don't say
talk to
the
our,
council, we don't say the council's doing this, no, we just ask if the positions are vacant.
the chancellor asked me why I was
So
looking.
yeah, again, Mr. Mendelson, I don't know exactly what happened there. I'll find out, but I was addressing a
not
large
happy.
issue.
I'm not a happy camper about it.
Okay,
All I need to know at this point is whether there are positions for which there seems to have been no effort to hire. That would suggest that there was no funding certification to fill it, or positions that don't show up in PeopleSoft. Different ways to get the answer without having to notify the program staff. In your testimony, you made reference to CARS, which is the capital asset analysis. And I think you said you find that CARS has finally included the housing authority proproperties. I
not
shouldn't-
all of the properties, sir, just some of them. They asked us to add some, and that's it, not all of them.
Can you provide us with that analysis?
Yes,
When I say provide us, work with our budget office to do
yeah,
that.
I get it.
And it might help if we understood, to the extent that you know, why the housing authority didn't ask for all of the properties to be included.
Yeah, I probably don't know that, but I'll do my best to try to figure out, to get the answer to it.
In your testimony, you also said, we report on capital project spending issues that are inconsistent with spending plans to the Board of Review for Anti-Deficiency Violations.
Mhm.
How often do you report to the Board of Review for Anti-Deficiency Violations?
I'm gonna quarterly,
You actually report quarterly? Or you only report when there is a spending issue inconsistent with the spending plan?
no, we do a quarterly report, sir.
And who do you give that report to? Because as you may know, the council has a seat on the board, and as far as I know, the board hasn't met in 4 years.
It goes directly to the Brad V committee. Would you like? us
If I can
to-
add- If I can add to that,
Yeah,
we publish a quarterly report of actual spending compared to plans for both operating and capital. That report goes out publicly, goes to the mayor and the council, and is posted on our website. In that report, we say if there were instances of spending exceeding plans by more than a certain threshold, those cases go to the BRADV, the Board of Review for Anti-Deficiency Violations. But the report itself that summarizes spending compared to plan goes out publicly each quarter.
So when's the last time that you filed a report of spending violations with the Board of Review?
you mean, when is the last time we identified spending violations that had to be reported?
And that you specifically reported it to the board,
Bradley,
as opposed to just published a report?
yeah, we had none in the first quarter. Top of my head, I don't recall beyond this fiscal year, but certainly.
How about if you get back to me on the last time you filed a
Oh,
report?
sure, we can do
And
that.
that, I'm not interested in the
I know
report
you-
you published. I'm interested in when you actually filed with the board
Yep,
saying, hey, this project was inconsistent with the spending plan.
yep, I get it.
And I also want to know to whom you file that report with, as
Okay.
in,
Okay, we can do that.
So you have about 46 FTEs.
Yep,
Do they all work in the Wilson building?
yes, sir.
I think I heard you say yes.
Yes, they all work in the Wilson building.
What's your telework policy?
We have a hybrid policy that allows you to telework up to, doesn't guarantee you, up to 9 days of pay period. And that's done on an individual basis. Or approved on an individual basis. That's not a blanket, everyone gets to do it, it just depends. I come in myself. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go on.
Well, it wasn't actually important. I was rambling.
I like rambling.
Okay. So Jim, you're supposed to be here to stop me from rambling.
Okay, so hybrid up to 9 days per pay period. How many days are in a pay period?
10.
And so how many employees are taking 9 days for teleworking?
I would say I'm just throwing this out there. I would have to go back and check. I would say at least 90% of my staff. But that's me just off the top of my head. Might be higher, it's definitely not lower. It's not 100%, I'll say that.
Give me just a second. So Mr. Kennedy, to review here. So you are looking into the legality of at least one of the fund sweeps,
Yes, sir.
and we'll get back to I guess it would be our budget office.
Yes, sir. We're actually working with them now on this issue. So.
And
yeah.
when are we going to get the attributes for the supplemental?
We only have, so there's one agency where they actually have to be, it has to be created in DIPS. That's being worked on right now. And then I think the Office of Victim Services is the only other agency. I don't know where we are with that, sir. Can I reach out to your budget office and let them know?
I'd kind of like to have a deadline.
Okay. Well.
And I don't have a problem with you giving me a deadline and then going to the executive and saying you got a deadline.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Let me
Today is April, what day is today?
today is the 6th.
6th, April 6th. And when did we get the budget theoretically?
I would argue the 22nd.
Okay, that was like 15 days ago.
Just, yeah, roughly.
Right, so when are we gonna get the attributes?
Okay. So no later than tomorrow.
And tomorrow means 9 a.m.
Tomorrow before close of business.
And when do you go home?
We
I
won't
went home
use
at
me.
midnight,
We
so,
won't use me. Let's say 5 o'clock by 5.
okay. Thank
Yeah.
you. Are you able to help us in getting the executive to give us the supplemental narratives? That is the narratives to go with the supplemental?
Oh, sure. I'll talk to the mayor's budget office. No problem. I'll talk to him after this call, after this hearing. That's not a problem. I don't know if I can make a move, but we will talk to him.
Well, maybe do a little
They're usually
bit more
pretty good about
urging.
that.
It's not, apparently it's not your responsibility, but maybe do a little bit more urging than just talking.
Okay. That's fine, no problem.
Just so the public understands, the executive was required, the mayor was required to give us the budget on March 22nd, and 15 days later, we still don't have narratives explaining what she's doing with the revisions, which total in the tens of millions, hundreds of millions. The revisions are total in the hundreds of millions with the current year fiscal budget. Like, for instance, I believe taking something like $10 million out of access to justice. I can't remember what else, but you know, just huge cuts. And we don't have a narrative from her explaining what, or why it's sustainable, or why it's okay. So if you could do more than talk and urge. And we also don't have from the executive the in-kind supports to schools. Did you put that on your list to talk to the executive about, Mr. Kennedy?
Yes, sir. We have 2 people dedicated to writing down everything you asked for and making sure I do it. So yes,
Okay, and you can assure me that the issue with the financial plan, even though it's fixed manually, is fixed, that we won't have this problem again.
no, but like I said, keep reiterating, gonna slow the process down a little bit, but we have to do that. So that's it. Yes, it's fixed.
Well, I support efficiencies. And then you are going to look into how it is that the chancellor comes after me 24 hours after our budget office went to your budget office, or to your office,
Mhm.
about DCPS vacancies.
Yes, sir. Actually, addressing that right now.
And it's your commitment that next year you will give the executive a date and go public if they missed a date for their pencils down.
Well, I'm gonna let the council know the pencils down has been missed, which meaning you, but I'm not gonna go public, if you will.
Well, I'll go public.
Yeah. I'm just, as to quote Dr. Gandhi, I'm just a bean counter. I count the beans. That's it.
How big is the budget?
Almost $20 billion,
20 billion, you said?
the most.
Okay, I think that's a lot of beans, or you're
Lot of
more than
beans.
just a bean counter.
That's why I need time to count those beans the right way. I'm sorry.
Let me check with staff. Any other questions? All right, I think we're good for the moment. Please follow up with our budget office.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. And let me just say that other than being pretty annoyed about the way the budgets come to us and what we don't have and the mistakes, I will repeat what I said earlier, that our budget office has been able to work well with your office on a lot of details. So I appreciate that.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
All right, take care. Bye.
We're going to turn now to the Statehood Commission, and then we have the Retirement Board after that. 2 witnesses for the Statehood Commission, Michael Brown and Oye Owolea. And are they here virtually? All right, so I've received a written statement from Senator Paul Strauss on behalf of the commission. And then I have a written statement from the representative, Mr. Obolewa. And is he here? I probably should recognize Senator. Let me recognize Senator Brown first. I don't have a statement from him, but if he has testimony.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I hope you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm going to make this brief. I've looked at the budget for 2024. There's a slight increase in funding. It's, as always, anemic, but I want to talk briefly about the elephant in the room. Recently, the council has made a colossal mistake by sending the revised criminal code to Congress, where it was rejected. 65 Democrats in Congress lined up against the District of Columbia, and the President of the United States was pushed into a corner where he needed to renege on his commitment to self-governance of DC to protect himself from being portrayed as soft on crime. You have an opportunity here, Mr. Chairman, to fund the statehood movement. Our agency is the least funded agency in the District of Columbia. It's not even like at the bottom of the heap. It is the lowest funded agency in the District of Columbia. And this is a chance for the government of the District of Columbia to stand up and change the narrative that's going on. The District of Columbia is about to become a proxy for the culture wars that are going on in America. And what needs to be done is the narrative needs to be changed from what's wrong with the District of Columbia to the right of the District of Columbia to self-govern. And to do that, you're going to have to invest in it, and you're going to have to get out of our way. The city council constantly stands in the way and from allowing us to do the job that we were elected to do. And this has to stop. The funding is one thing. I mean, you fund our office. I have an employee. I'm happy to do what I've done for 16 years as a volunteer. But to be effective, we need you to support us. And the city council has never supported our delegation, and it's time for that to end. Let me read to you from the budget itself, which says the mission of the statehood initiatives is to inform the Congress and individual members of Congress that the district meets the standard traditionally required by Congress for admission as a state. You don't let us do that. Not only do you and the mayor go and testify before Congress and not allow us to testify, we don't even get invited to the hearing. In addition, let me add that under summary of services, you say the agency may employ staff and expend funds donated in private sources for public purposes, but yet there's $315,000 in the DC tax checkoff fund, which has never been distributed. I haven't gotten a distribution in 2 years. You hold that money, even though you falsely lead people to believe that the money goes to our benefit. That needs to end as well. And you know what? This is an opportunity for you to stand up and take advantage of the platform that's coming your way to stand up for our rights in the District of Columbia. Let me tell you, Naisha, who is a great employee, you're so lucky to have her, wants to gush about how Josh has 66,000 followers, and he should be proud of that. That's an impressive amount of Twitter followers. But I want you to know that my little radio show, which is funded for only a few $100s a month, has gotten over 1 million hits. 1 million hits. I am the most successful social media program in the District of Columbia. And it's time that you and the other 12 members of the council start to stand up for us. I'm available for questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Owalewa.
Yes, I have a written testimony. I'm going to read that from here. So, greetings, Chairman Mendelson and Committee of the Whole. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak before you all today to provide this testimony. My name is Dr. Oye Owalewa, and I have the honor of serving as your U.S. representative. Though serving in this capacity remains an unpaid role, me and my office of the U.S. representative have maintained a level of consistency and high level of performance for the past few years. I've been able to amplify our message of DC statehood through different states and even countries through targeted outreach. The U.S. Representative Office has advanced the fight for DC statehood by not only talking about its importance, but also by addressing the aspects of DC life affected by DC statehood through our own actions. At a time where there was a COVID vaccine shortage in DC, it was folks from this office that reached out to the Maryland Department of Health weeks before the Greenbelt Metro Station opened up its doors for its COVID Center for DC residents. When Senator Joe Manchin voiced opposition in DC statehood, it was folks from my office, the U.S. representative, that went to West Virginia to introduce a landmark DC statehood resolution through their state legislature. And more recently, when we discussed federal control over our local justice system, it was our office, mainly me, that galvanized the community, brought organizations together, including the faith community and the Returning Citizens Organization, to not only host a Know Your Rights workshop, but to get legal services to help people on their path to record sealing. While statehood makes us safer, I have never and will never use our lacking statehood as an excuse to do nothing. Since my tenure began in 2021, we not only talked our talk, we also walked it too. Given this office's work, we've been able to raise the potential and optimism amongst those in the community. However, in order to meet the demands of today and tomorrow, our office must be made whole and provide the resources as needed. In fiscal year 2023, the Office of U.S. Representative received 0 allotment in the budget. Outside of a single trip in October 22, I had to spend my own personal money for the vast majority, if not every single component of what's going on in my office. As we begin to move past the COVID pandemic and into 2023, now similar to Washington, D.C., the Office of U.S. Representative needs to get past the survival mode and enter into the thriving mode. Question, how can you operate an office for an entire year with no funding? It was almost impossible and almost broke us. This office has no communication system. We have an outdated website with no way to maintain it, and there's no way to inform people of the work that's being done in this office. Going into fiscal year 2024, this office needs immediate investment to provide something that DC residents and elected officials can be energized behind. In order for DC residents and statehood champions to get more involved, they have to be made aware of what's going on in this office. Right now, as we speak, I am paying for this office's newsletter and email marketing service. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know of any other elected official in DC that has spent their own money to do this. I'm paying for text alerts, web design, hosting, and maintenance out of my own pocket. DC residents should not have to suffer because this office is unfunded. The new energy of this office is something I'm hopeful for, and I'm very excited about the prospects of fiscal year 2024. Our office submitted a communications budget of $17,258. This covers Constant Contact, a premier digital marketing service that will handle newsletter and online communication at an annual cost of $3,000. Mobilize, tech services that can reach folks better than just email messaging. My office website, repoadc.com, is not only outdated, but it's also currently not managed. With weekly events and daily press releases and statements, I can no longer afford to pay for the website and maintenance fees out of my own pocket. These allotments are critical because this website is our digital office. More people visit our office online than they do in the Wilson building. Investing in our online infrastructure is key to a most productive fiscal year 2024. Our office budget proposal also includes funding for the events scheduled for FY24. Our office seeks a certain amount of money, which I already detailed in my statement. This allotment covers a Zoom account, rental space for 4 town hall meetings, a videographer, photographer for 12 months, a PA system, as well as our signature supercar rally for DC statehood, which brings attention in a new engaging way. We amplify our message for DC statehood to a wider audience, and last year led to 3 or 4 appearances on international platforms talking about DC statehood. The remaining line budget items from our budget proposal includes office supplies, which includes stationery, color printing, nameplate, picture frames for official documents, and name tags for interns who will be joining our office. Our office also seeks $1,025.67 for funding for literature to increase awareness of the work being done in our office. Lastly, our office seeks funding to pay for our interns and key staff within the Office of the U.S. Representative. Although I accept the reality that my role is unpaid, I find it necessary for those who dedicate their time, blood, sweat, and tears into this office's success to be compensated. While there are other members of the congressional delegation who have paid assigned staff, whether it's official or not, my office does not. If you don't believe me, call this staff and listen to their voice messages and see whose name they say. Read their business cards and see whose name is on those business cards. Let's get real here. In order for us to fully professionalize this office, we need our own dedicated staff to be paid as well. Our office budget proposal includes $3,000 a month for an assistant for the office of the U.S. representative, as well as funding for 6 interns who will work 20 hours a month for the entire year, being paid $15 per hour. The wages are necessary because these students and young people will have travel and operation expenses that they'll incur while attending congressional and community events. In conclusion, everyone in our office of the U.S. representative is proud of the progress that has been made in the last 3 years. We've overcome battles within and outside of our control. Our output has been rewarded with increased exposure and heightened expectations. Opportunities that used to come once a month now present itself twice weekly. In order for us to meet today's demand, this office must receive adequate funding. It's unfair, illogical, and immoral to expect an elected official to foot the entire cost of his office. To me, it's gone from unprecedented to unsustainable. However, I remain hopeful to you, Chairman Mendelson, and the committee of the whole, because I'm certain that we share value of our shared potential in our fight for DC statehood. I've heard from so many people, even some in this room, and it's time for us to match our actions with our words. So please fulfill our office of the U.S. Representative's budget proposal to see our potential fulfilled. And with that, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Owalewa. Listening to your testimony reminded me, I don't believe that the Statehood Commission has met this fiscal year, and it needs to meet in order to adopt a budget. And the way that the commission, which consists of the 2 of you, plus Senator Strauss, plus the mayor and myself, that's 5 of us, the way that we have handled your budget each year is that you all come to us with a budget and the mayor and I have gone along with it. So I can tell you that the way we structured, when we changed the law a few years ago, the way we structured your office, and I know that there was some resentment about this that predates you, Representative Owalewa, but the way we intended it was that the 3 of you would have an office with an executive director who would be paid decently, work full time, and do the day-to-day work of the commission. The delegation has chosen not that model, but it's up to you all to figure out your budget. And so, Representative Owalewa, if there is staff that you should have that the others have, the 3 of you need to present that. And if we have a meeting and we get a budget and it's not in there, then I'll ask why it is that you're being shorted. But that was not our decision. All we do, the council, is we adopt the operating budget, which, as Senator Brown noted, is going up. Senator Brown, you started out by saying we should not have sent the revised criminal code to Congress. That's awfully nice of you to say. So the council passed it last year. I was to sit on it and not send it to Congress. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. You should have understood that
Hold on. How do I, if this council adopts legislation, how do I not send it to Congress?
Are you sending it back, Mr. Chairman? Are you going to send it back?
Who do I send it back to? Myself?
Hold it. You're not going to send it back in this Congress. This Criminal Code Act is never going to be revised and sent back in the next 2 years.
Well, you might be right.
You and I both know that.
You might be right that it'll never get through Congress. I don't know, but
no, it'll never be sent, sir. Not that it won't get through Congress. You won't even send it. So if you can hold it for 2 years now, you could have it then.
How do I do that?
You managed to overcome the partisan divide in Congress. You've managed to get Democrats and Republicans to join together, but unfortunately they joined together to attack the District of Columbia.
Senator, that's cute, but please answer my question. Where is the legal authority for me, little old me, to not transmit a bill after it has been approved by the council 3 times by unanimous or nearly unanimous vote? Where's that authority?
The authority, when, Mr. Chairman, do you need the authority? Where's the authority when the voters have decided on a specific issue, which they've gotten on the ballot by referendum, legally gotten on the ballot by referendum, and you and the rest of the council overturned the decision of the people? Where's your authority there? Where's your authority to take
I don't,
from a man that got elected with more votes than the mayor? Where is your authority there to form us into a commission so that you can control us?
Okay,
Where
well,
does
then-
authority come into anything you do?
All right, so I have your answer, Senator Brown, but the fact is, there's nowhere in the law that I have the authority to not transmit a bill that's been approved by the council. So let me ask you this, when you also said in your statement that, and the only reason I'm dealing with this is because it shouldn't be left unanswered. You said that I or the mayor and I did not allow you to testify before Congress.
Yes, we had over 150 people contact the committee and demand that we were able to testify. And the committee got back to me and said, the mayor and the council don't want you to testify because they're afraid that what's going on in the Senate right now, to have you testify might tip the balance. That's exactly what they told me. They said, you're not here because the mayor and the council don't want you here.
All right, so the source of your information is the staff.
The committee staff is the source
Okay.
of my
Well, I
information.
can tell you that I have never, let me be clear about this. I have never said that you should be kept from testifying before Congress. That's Congress's choice, who they want to invite as a witness. I have never said that you should not be allowed to testify. Let me be clear. Now, I don't want to insinuate anything, but I can tell you last week, I was told that the committee, the current committee in the House of Representatives had invited Councilmember McDuffie and Councilmember Trayon White to testify. We checked with Councilmember Trayon White's office. He had no phone call or letter, and I checked with Councilmember McDuffie's office, and he had no letter of invitation. So I'm not suggesting that that kind of misstatement by the committee last week was made in the past regarding you, but I can say to you unequivocally, I, Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council, have never said to committee staff or members of the House of Representatives or the Senate that you should not be allowed to testify. The third thing I want to note,
Let me just say.
the
Mr.
third thing
Chairman,
I want to note is that you said that you do not have access to the checkoff money. As far as I know, when you present the budget to the commission for approval, if you put in there access to the checkoff money, then it will be included. And in fact, I think the checkoff money has been spent from time to time.
It has been in
Clear.
drips and drabs. Look, I got $8,000 2 years ago. You say you've never said that to the House of Representatives, sir, but you constantly stand up. I've heard you say it 100 times that you believe that statehood for the District of Columbia is a priority. Well, it's the lowest funded priority in the District of Columbia. So that's what you said. You said with your budget for the council of $33 million that we are a priority and that my office should get $82,000 a year to operate. And I feel the representative's pain, but let me tell you something. I've taken $50,000 out of my own pocket to pay for this job because the first 6 years I had the job, there wasn't a nickel to expended on DC statehood. Look, you can do whatever you want here, Mr. Chairman. I know our budget went up a little bit and I'm happy.
Yeah, I regret that you
But
I regret that
they're
you're
coming for you. 3 members of the House of Representatives have already put forth the proposition that home rule should end in the District of Columbia. So if you don't want to change the narrative, that's up to you.
Senator, you're throwing out a lot of stuff that is, I don't appreciate that there are members of Congress who said we should get rid of home rule, but that's really not on point to, first of all, that I have the allegation that I have blocked you from testifying, or the allegation that you don't have access to the tax checkoff money.
Both of those are true. Both of those are true, sir. And you know the truth.
All right.
$315,000 in that account that's never been distributed. Never been years since you've been.
Even though, Senator, even though a minute ago you said that it's been distributed in dribs and drabs. So which is it? Never been distributed or not distributed to your liking? Don't even answer.
$315,000 has never been.
Don't answer that, because we're just going to go back and forth in an unconstructive way.
That's fine. But look,
If you want to give us your statement in writing, you're welcome to do that.
You and the council have set back the statehood movement years. We've got 65 members, Democratic members of Congress, who have taken aim at the District of Columbia, who have stood up with Republicans to say that we're not governing right. And you can spin it any way you want, sir, but that's the truth. And I'm sorry to say it, because it's not going to make me popular. It's not going to help me at all, but I have an obligation on the office that I assumed.
Senator,
not to tell the truth.
Senator, there was a discrete issue. Thank you very much. I want to thank each of you.
I can't hear you, but okay.
I will turn now to the retirement board. We have JP Balistrieri, Munesti Masara, Lori Morgan, Daniel Hernandez, and Thomas Vicente.
Let me know when you're ready.
Give me just a second. When you're ready, and good afternoon. Thank you for being here. I hope you've enjoyed some of the
Yes, I enjoyed it. It's very
Dialogue.
entertaining. Thank you for your time. Hey, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, and members of the Council of the District of Columbia the whole. I am JP Balistrieri, the Executive Director of the District of Columbia Retirement Board. I will be speaking on DCRB's proposed fiscal year 2024 budget. Joining me today, I have Munesti Masara, our CFO, Lori Morgan, our Director of Finance and Budgeting, Daniel Hernandez, our Pension Administrator, Tom Vicente online, who's from Bolton Actuary Services, and Janine Edwards, our Deputy Chief Benefits Officer. DCRB was created by Congress in 1979 under the District of Columbia Retirement Act as an independent agency of the District of Columbia government. DCRB has exclusive authority and discretion to manage the assets of the District of Columbia Teachers Retirement Fund and the District of Columbia Police Officers and Firefighters Retirement Fund. Collectively, we refer to these as the fund. DCRB's mission is to lead by serving others and includes two overarching goals: to prudently invest the assets of the fund for the exclusive benefit of its members, and to provide plan members with accurate and timely annuity payments and best-in-class services. DCRB's priority is to invest and manage the fund, which is held in trust for the exclusive benefit of all plan members and their eligible survivors and beneficiaries. The assets of the fund must only be used to pay benefits to plan members and reasonable associated administrative expenses. DCRB's Board of Trustees, as our fiduciaries, and DCRB staff who are required in good faith to discharge their responsibilities solely in the interest of plan members and beneficiaries must always continue to work collaboratively to maximize returns as well as manage and mitigate risks to the fund. The district government, as the employer, is the plan sponsor and responsible for the design of the plans, certain administrative activities, and paying the required employer contributions to the fund. DCRB is plan administrators responsible for providing a range of pension administration services to plan members. DCRB also serves as the third-party benefits administrator for district police officers, firefighters, and teachers who are covered under the plans that were frozen prior to July 1st, 1997, and are funded by the U.S. Department of the Treasury, the U.S. Treasury, also referred to here as the frozen plans. As of September 30th, 2022, there were 25,301 members in the district or the frozen plans. Approximately 75%, that's 19,070 of the members are now covered under the district plans, or they are jointly funded by the district and federal governments. Although the greater portion of benefit payments are still paid by U.S. Treasury for accrued annuity benefits and under the frozen plans, our former actuary projected that district annuity payments are expected to surpass those of the U.S. Treasury around 2031, within about 8 years from now. DCRB continues to be a fully funded retirement system with the plan's aggregate actuarial funded ratio at 109.9% as of September 30th, 2022. From its inception in October 1982 through September 2022, the plan has generated an annualized gross return of 8.24%. The DCRB's total funded assets also reached $10.1 billion as of December 31st, 2022. And we continue to make progress in our efforts to create a comprehensive retirement system. I am also happy to report that to date, DCRB has been among a select number of public systems to ever receive the Public Pension Coordinating Council's Recognition Award for Funding and Administration. In recognition of meeting professional standards for plan funding and administration as set forth in public pension standards. And for the 14th consecutive year, DCRB was awarded on February 11th, 2023, the Government Finance Officers Association Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for its fiscal year ended 2021 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, the highest form of recognition in government accounting and financial reporting. We expect to receive that again in 2022 as well. Fiscal year 2024 required district payment to the fund. The district's certified fiscal year 2024 contribution to the fund totals $130,107,000, which consists of two components. The proposed contribution of $50,224,000 for the Teachers Retirement Fund, as reflected in the Teachers Retirement System budget, represents a $2.4 million or 5% increase from fiscal year 2023. The proposed contribution of $79,883,000 for the Police Officers and Firefighters Retirement Fund, as reflected in the Police Officers and Firefighters Fighters Retirement System budget represents an increase of 2.4 million or 3.1% from fiscal year 2023. The 130.1 million is the employer contribution amount certified by the board's actuary as the actuarially determined employer contribution for fiscal year 2024. The board certified this amount to the mayor and the council in January 2023 for inclusion in the district's approved budget. The total contribution is 4.8 million or 3.8% higher than fiscal year 2023 for the following reasons. $8.8 million is attributed to the investment return for the period ended 9/30/2022. A decrease of 17.9 million attributed to the demographic experience being more favorable than assumed in the prior year, largely lower than expected pay increases. $0.3 million attributed to the assumption method updates. An increase of 11.2 million was attributable to the higher than assumed post-retirement benefit cost of living adjustment. And a decrease of 5.4 million is for adjustment for actual versus expected covered payroll. The decreases are offset by $7.8 million in increases for the normal cost. The district's contribution of 130.1 million is 3.2 times the size of DCRB's operating budget of $39.7 million. Our proposed operating budget for fiscal year 2024. Proposed budget itself meets the agency's goals of efficiency, service, and stewardship at all levels of the organization. Further, the proposed budget provides the necessary financial resources to handle and improve the agency's day-to-day operations and to achieve its strategic priorities to better serve the plan members and meet the set risk-adjusted returns. We continue to partner via MOU with various district agencies to support operations and are making strides to strengthen various internal functions by planning to onboard specialized staff and assess the organization's needs from not only the staffing, but structure and operational needs perspectives, and ensuring that the budget provides departments with the necessary funding to ensure that there are sufficient resources for continued and sustainable success. DCRB's budget is classified under the enterprise and other funds. The budget amounts come from the trust fund and any unspent amounts remain in the fund. At its November 2022 meeting, the Board of Trustees approved the agency's proposed fiscal year 2024 operating budget of $39.7 million. This budget is comprised of $16.8 million in personal services and $22.9 million in non-personal services. The $39.7 million budget represents a $3.3 million or 7.2% decrease from the fiscal year 2023 budget. Personal services, increase of 9%. There was a $1.4 million or 9% increase in the personal services budget. This increase is attributable to the request of 5 additional FTEs and $472,000 in related salaries, as well as COLA increases of $382,000, a fringe benefits increase of $240,000, and other pay increases and promotions of $285,000. The non-personal services proposed budget for fiscal year 2024 is $22.9 million, which is a decrease of $4.5 million or 16.3% over from fiscal year 2023. The primary driver is a decrease of $4.7 million in contractual services due to anticipated reduced spending for the new benefits system. The decrease is slightly offset by $200,000 increase in rent. The differences for all DCRB department budgets are as follows. The executive. The increases in personnel services are due to compensation and benefits increases. The increase in non-personal services is from contractual services. The agency department has contracts ending in fiscal 2023 that will not continue in fiscal year 24, resulting in decreased spending related to services not continuing with third parties. Investments. The decrease is primarily due to a decrease in contractual services. The contractual services budgeted investments in fiscal year 2023 were moved to the operations budget in fiscal year 24. The proposed decrease in non-personal services of $773,000 is due to, for trustees, is due to the reallocation of actuary fees to the benefits department budget and the removal of funding for a contract for compliance-related activities that will be completed in the end of fiscal year 2023. Legal and compliance. There's a personal service increase of $126,000 that is due to increases in compensation and benefits. The non-personal services increase of $349,000 is mainly due to a 29% increase in outside legal counsel contract expansion due to increased activity, which results for legal and compliance in a total of 15.64% for fiscal year 2024. Benefits administration. There is a $548,000 increase in personal services that is attributed to 4 new FTEs, as well as increased compensation and benefits to support the day-to-day activities and to execute new functions related to expanded member benefits review and processing and member records management. The new positions will support the department's diverse operational demands arising from the plan's increasing memberships and associated benefit services. There is a decrease of $1.4 million in non-personal services due to the lower predicted spending for consultants in the areas of compliance and benchmarking related to existing contracts that will end in fiscal year 2023. The increase also includes the reallocation of funds for the new benefit system to the IT department. Operations. The increase includes $407,000 in personal services for increased compensation and benefits, as well as an additional FTE. This increase is offset by an overall decrease in non-personal services of $376,000, which includes a decrease in anticipated professional services contracts. In fiscal year 23, new organizational operational improvement activities were budgeted. These activities will conclude at the end of fiscal year 2023. There's a $400,000 increase for continued operational costs, such as rent, insurance, office equipment, and furniture. IT, which represents a decrease of 14.3% or $1.8 million. DCRB continues to review and improve its overall IT infrastructure and carefully plan for its future and technological needs. The fiscal year 2024 budget includes funding for ongoing maintenance of IT systems and services, administrative systems updates, and software maintenance. The decrease comprises of $1.8 million for the anticipated cost savings to implement a new benefit system in fiscal year 2024. DCRB continues to partner with the district's Office of the Chief Technology Officer with OCTO via several memoranda of understanding for network and server support services, software applications, and data services. The agreements are progressively expanded as needed. We have a cost-sharing agreement with the U.S. Treasury, in which the U.S. Treasury reimburses DCRB for third-party benefits administration services provided on behalf of the frozen plans. Specifically, the reimbursement is for costs associated with servicing frozen plan members agreeing to special benefit project requests and the positions responsible for completing these tasks. We expect to receive approximately $6.5 million from the U.S. Treasury for these services in fiscal year 2024. Conversely, DCRB makes a payment to the U.S. Treasury each fiscal year for payroll services, postage and distribution expenses, and maintenance and systems upgrade expenses related to STAR, the U.S. Treasury's pension payroll system. For fiscal year 2024, $4.3 million has been budgeted. In closing, I'd like to thank the committee for its support in helping DCRB carry out its mission. As we proceed, we may seek your assistance in helping the agency accomplish further goals. And we look forward to working with you in the future and your staff Evan Cash, and we are prepared to respond to any questions that you may have for us. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson.
Now, right now under the budget, thank you for your testimony. Right now under the budget, you have for the current year 89 FTEs. How many are vacant?
This is Mnetsi Masara, the Chief Financial Officer. Of the 89 FTEs that we currently have, 23 are vacant. And just to add a bit more information, of those 23, we have 2 offers that are out. The individuals are starting in the next 2 weeks. And there are another 3 that are in the final stages of the interviews that have been completed. They're going through the security checks. So if everything is successful, that'll bring the vacancies down by 5.
I want you to also know, Chairman Mendelson, that some qualitative notation to that. You probably recall from the performance hearing, we've had over for the last 18 months since I've been here, 34 new hires and an increase in FTEs and a decrease in outside consultants over time. That's probably why you saw a lot of decreases in third-party consultant costs, which I've worked from a bottoms-up approach in establishing an organization with its own specialists in-house through FTEs. In a tight labor market as well, we've been able to achieve many good new hires, including a director of internal audit to have our own compliance and process and governance program in-house. Further, we look forward to hiring a lot more people and having internal promotions and having succession plans in various departments.
But if you have so many vacancies, why wouldn't we have a budget of, let's say, instead of 94 for next year, 84 for next year, which would still give you some vacancies, but not as many?
So as it relates to the 23 that are out there, there's some attrition, especially in benefits, because, we'll hire 5, then 3, I'll let go in operations where we have the second largest number of vacancies, which is 7. That's where you have the 5 individuals. And so there's only going to be 2 left. And those interviews are scheduled for the latter part of the year, because some of it was also the timing of the need of these new positions, because we wanted to wrap up events that were happening throughout the course of the fiscal year and the year-end items such as the financial audit. We had our budget, we had our actuarial valuation. So now we're focusing back on operations, and there's a timeline that we have scheduled. So we're expecting that of the remaining vacancies, it should be maybe between, say, 5 and 10 that haven't been filled by the end of the year. And that'll be the focus with the 5 new vacancies that we're requesting for the next fiscal year.
You've already added 11 just this fiscal year to 15 this fiscal year, but it's also a very tight labor market to get the right people. And as my colleague Mnetsi Masara mentioned, we've had some attrition. Our core business benefits administration has attrition from time to time, especially with some people finding some other opportunities with federal jobs in certain positions. That happens usually in benefits and pension administration. We also are looking at hiring, as I've taken a bottoms-up approach and improved on reviewing, identifying deficiencies and improving efficiencies in that core department. We've been able to justify an approach where we underpromise and overdeliver, even though we might have some more vacancies in the budget. As we move forward with establishing and reviewing more efficiencies in these departments, we will be able to perhaps lead by fewer, less is more. It's about people in process for me. And when I look at people in process, we slowly start to fix those deficiencies and add the right personnel. And perhaps sometimes we don't need the 89, but it's better to underpromise and overdeliver and have that space available while we review that in my first 18 months here.
So how many vacancies right now in operations?
7,
And how many in benefits?
9. So of those ones in benefits, there are 4 with PDs posted. The other 5, those are going to have PDs posted in the next 2 months. As I said, in operations of the 7, we have 2 offers that have been accepted. We have 3 that are pending offers as soon as the background checks occur. And then the other 2, we're going to plan to fill them at the end of the summer.
So, Mr. Balestri, it's your testimony that you think you'll be filling virtually all of these vacancies within the new fiscal year?
By 2024, for 2024,
Yeah.
that's the goal. And if I can find some efficiencies where it's less than that and getting the same job done, I will. The real good problem to have a vacancy is when we have the internal training, as we've experienced in the last 18 months, that give the opportunity for some people to rise up and give them a career pathway and create a vacancy below them because they've done such a great job in learning a new opportunity for their career inside DCRB to give them a pathway for success in their career. And that's a good reason to have a vacancy under them. And that's some of the attrition that's happened in the past 6 to 10 months as well.
I was a little bit confused in your statement about the trustees budget line. So it didn't sound like that was the trustees.
So what we did with the trustees budget, historically, there were contracts such as the actuarial valuation, the contract with our actuaries, and there was also a compliance contract that had been budgeted there. What we did was move these contracts out of the trustees budget to where the contract administrator sits. So the actuaries budget went to our plan administration, our benefit administration's office, and that compliance contract, the work was completed is expected to be completed in 2023. So that has been removed from the budget because it's no longer needed in 2024. So what we've really done is in the trustees budget, it's just truly trustees only activities, because trustees are not employees of the board. We shouldn't have contracts there. Instead, move the contracts to where the contract administrator, a member of staff of the board sits.
It's basically putting it in the appropriate bucket. Shouldn't be having third-party contracts and operational services related contracts in the budget for the trustees. The trustees budget should be very clear and concise and transparent as it relates to trustee activities. So the matching rule of accounting, and make sure you put it in the right place.
So that's what that's about.
That's
So how
what
much
that's
is
about.
left in the trustees budget?
It is $556,000 for FY 2024.
You have a table and a schedule we sent with the testimony that gives you a nice high-level table that breaks down every section. If
Yes.
you want to refer to it later.
So the trustees cost over $500,000?
So what we have in there, the trustees compensation package is the largest number. And then we also have some contractual services. We have training. We have board elections that are in there since that relates to the trustees. We have some conference fees, and we have a budget of $175,000 for any contractual services for special board projects. That's the only contractual piece that remains there. So it's really the special board projects, the board elections, and the training that makes up
Fiduciary
the
training.
fiduciary training that makes up the majority of that. That's about $300,000.
How much for compensation?
It's a total of 190. So it's $25,000 for the board chair and $15,000 for each trustee over the course of the fiscal year.
Can you say more about the $1.8 million decrease in the IT budget? You spoke of that anticipated cost savings to implement a new benefit system.
Yes, so historically, the board had been planning to implement a new pension system. However, with the onboarding of the new executive director, there was a revisiting of the needs around that and how it was done. The initial budget over the past few years had been a plan to customize and build a system. When the requirements were done, it was determined that an off-the-shelf option with limited customization, due to the fact that with the passage of time, that technology has become better. So our IT director did his market research, and what we realized is that we could find significant savings. And also what we did, we consolidated activities. So if you notice, there's a bit of a decrease in our benefits budget, because we had a CRM in the benefits budget. We had certain IT functions in the benefits budget related to the system. So we consolidated everything, and the requirements review that was done included requirements that the benefits team had, as well as what the IT team needed. And the members who listed each department, which has a stake in the new system, we realized that that cost savings was one we could really benefit from by getting an off-the-shelf, a ready off-the-shelf option.
If I may also add, you might recall I sent you a letter that I also sent to the mayor on October 27th, 2022, talking about the importance of establishing and working with the employer agencies to solve data issues that we receive for processing retirement and active pension plan services. You might recall also in that letter that I talked about the benefits administration pension system. There will be down the road, there'll be a requirement either for us to inherit STAR or to do a new project like that. But when I came in here and I saw the fact that, well, it's about controlling the controllable. I'm not going to go ahead and just to appreciate the price of a new system, benefits administration pension system, which I've had my IT director start looking at concurrently while we solve the data issues with the employer agencies, is going to cost between $12 and $20 million. I'm not about to spend my beneficiaries, my plan members' good money while having the same issues that have persisted over many years, as you saw in that letter about data, garbage in, garbage out. I have to fix the data issues first. There's no sense in deciding quickly without thought to spend money on a new benefits pension administration system, or to determine even if that's the right thing to do, instead of just working with OCTO on a different set of templates for customer relationship management, document retention systems, et cetera, that all the different facets that go into an administrative system, without making sure that we work jointly and severally, collaboratively with the employer agencies in getting their pre-retirement processes right in terms of the quality of the data that we receive and the timeliness of the data to effect a check for those beneficiaries once they do retire, and to affect processing for those actives as well. So that was in the letter that went to you, OCTO, and we've ever since then have had various what I call stakeholder meetings with all the employer agencies and OCTO, and setting up tiger teams in each of these employer agencies and DCHR to effectively identify what those problems are, even involving my director of internal audit, who's going to be starting to do some testing in those different areas to assure ourselves what is the real problem. And part of that is that you don't have some dedicated staff like in DCPS. There's a lot of churn there, and they don't have the ability to effectively work on getting us the right data and timely. So when I want you to appreciate the thought that goes in to that type of budget number, that budget number has a lot of thought put behind it, and it goes with the utmost fiduciary duty of making sure we don't improperly and inappropriately spend money unnecessarily if we don't have things corrected with our interdependent agencies that provide us that information first. There's no sense in spending the money to get garbage in, garbage out, just more expensive garbage in, garbage out in terms of data.
So you will need a new benefits administration IT system.
We will need to make a decision subject to the data issues being resolved and subject to getting some quotations on a full independent pension system, which costs 12 to 20 million in the future, versus maybe adopting STAR and working with that and focusing on using the PeopleSoft structure with some amendments to it that make more sense from what I call an amortized cost benefit analysis being done over the next few years. But that's a medium to long-term process. First, I need to fix the interdependent agency issues and making sure we have the right information at all times efficiently, continuously, sustainably, efficiently.
So when do you think this would happen?
If I was to tell you when I think it would happen right now, I'd be lying to you. We need the next year to evaluate on how to fix the data issues. As I said in the letter, the letter explains to you the runway. I don't know if you had a chance to read that letter. I hope you did. But if you'd like, we can even get together and talk about it a little bit more. I've spoken with the mayor about it. She's Lindsay Parker, and they are all for it. In fact, Octo and Lindsay Parker have been involved in the meetings, and we're proactively and independently working with all the employer agencies to get that going. Thanks to my benefits team led by Daniel Hernandez and Janine Edwards, who are leading the efforts, working with our director of internal audit and communications person in-house to affect these meetings and make sure we get the right information, start the right due diligence process and create the right solutions. It's not about finger pointing. It's about working together collaboratively, as again, I said in the letter as well, to affect efficient work for the benefit of the 25,000 plus beneficiaries. That's the bottom line here.
So let me go to another question.
Sure.
Your budget includes an increase of $10,000 in overtime for your call center, but the overall benefits budget is reduced by $800,000. Can you speak to the need for overtime and also to the overall reduction in the budget to support benefits?
So the overall reduction in benefits is primarily as a result of the non-personnel services. We have $654,000 in professional services that went down. We have the $900,000 in contractual services, and that $900,000, as I mentioned, was the CRM and the benefits pension plan system related costs. So it's really the majority of the reduction comes from the NPS, because on the PS side, we actually increased the budget by $809,000. We requested 4 FTEs. There was the natural salary increase. It went up by $263,000. That was for the 4 FTEs. The overtime, I'll defer to Daniel to speak to those.
Hernandez, Pension Administrator. Good afternoon. For the overtime, I would like to talk about a little bit member services. We typically are staffed with both full-time employees and contractors, and we have seasonal events that we do require overtime seasonally, such as open season, open enrollment healthcare, 1099s, COLA increases that we receive a lot of calls and records that come in. So it is our anticipated future less contractors, a little bit more overtime when it comes to that. But we do have overtime every year because of seasonal events.
Give me a second. My last question here is on salary lapse, which is vacancies, and I already asked you about that. So I don't have any other questions for you at this time, although actually there is percolating through my mind. Are there any lawsuits pending against the board, or meaning the agency?
There is one that was dismissed upon a motion to dismiss. Currently, upon a motion to dismiss, it was appealed and it's currently in appeal, as you are familiar with from last year, but that's it in terms of major litigation.
And you were hesitant to talk about this last year, but there was some, I want to say, investigatory work going on by some federal authorities. Is that largely?
Yeah, you
resolved?
asked me the same thing at performance hearing both
Yeah.
times. And again, I'll respond to you again that we have cooperated with a third-party investigation from the federal government, but we are not in any way a target of such investigation. But we always cooperate with any investigation as necessary. Okay.
And while thoughts are coming to my mind, is the board fully constituted?
The board is not fully constituted in
What's
terms
missing?
of total numbers. We are still awaiting one mayoral appointee. I've spoken to the mayor on that, and she is working to establish that new appointee and gather some candidates for it.
Is that the only vacancy?
It's the only current vacancy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
You too.
Thanks for your hospitality.
You make that sound like I was serving snacks or something.
No, you were just so nice and kind today. I appreciate it.
Well, that's because you sat here through the last one.
Two of them, but that's
Last
okay.
agency. Yeah, I guess that's right.
But I'm glad Evan told us to come at 11. Not 9:30.
I have one more agency. Thank you.
You have one more agency?
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Ms. Pigler, you have to click the button. Carmen Pigler is the Deputy Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer, and she is going to testify regarding the other post-employment benefits. Ms. Pigler, when you're ready, why don't you begin?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I'm Carmen Pigler, Deputy Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer of the District of Columbia. I'm pleased to testify in support of the other post-employment benefit trust funds fiscal year 2024 budget request. OPEB, also referred to as the OPEB plan, is the health and life insurance benefit for retirees. The OPEB plan includes a trust fund, the OPEB Trust Fund, established pursuant to the Annuitants Health and Life Insurance Employer Contribution Act. The fund receives the district's employer contributions. These contributions, along with premium payments and investment earnings, pay future benefits to qualified participants. The Office of Finance and Treasury is responsible for the oversight of the plan and the fund, including but not limited to administration and management of investments, selection and monitoring of investment managers, establishment of investment objectives, determination of investment policy, and control of the fund assets. As of March 27th, 2023, the market value of the fund's assets was $1,782,000,000 with 3,467 participants. The plan's administrative expenses are supported by the fund's assets. During fiscal year 2022, the fund incurred $7,131,000 in expenses. The largest expense was investment management fees of $6,538,000. Other administrative expenses, including custodial, actuarial, and accounting services, were $593,000. Administrative expenses represented less than 4 basis points or 0.36% of the fund's value for fiscal year 2022. Budgeted administrative expenses for fiscal year 2023 were revised downward to $7,573,000 from the approved budget. Investment managers are compensated based on assets under management, and the decrease is due in part to the decline in assets since fiscal year 2021. Another factor is stronger fee negotiating capabilities. OFT recently contracted with NEPC LLC to provide outsourced chief investment officer services. NEPC will negotiate on behalf of the plan for more favorable fee structures with investment managers. The fiscal year 2024 OPEB administration budget request is $8,008,000, which represents a decrease in administrative expenses of $3,597,000 from the fiscal year 2023 approved and 2024 proposed budget. The request was adjusted to reflect lower investment management fees. Exhibit 1 attached summarizes administrative expenses for fiscal years 2022, 2023, and 2024. Exhibit 2 details fees paid from fiscal years 2018 to 2022 and projected fees for 2023 and 2024. The district's actuarially determined contribution is calculated annually by an independent actuary. The ADC is the cash contribution required to provide sufficient resources to fund both the plan's normal costs for the year and the amortized unfunded liability. Normal cost is the contribution necessary when added to investment income to pay for benefits earned each year. The most recent actuarial study determined an ADC of $72,700,000 for fiscal year 2024, which reflects the normal cost of $67,053,000 and an unfunded liability of $5,647,000. The fiscal year 2024 ADC increased by $31,200,000 from the prior year. The fiscal year 2023 ADC was based on the fund's expected asset value and projected liabilities as of September 30th, 2021. At that time, assets exceeded liabilities by $20,257,000, lowering the ADC. By contrast, the fund's expected asset value was lower than projected liabilities on September 30th, 2022, resulting in an unfunded liability of $5,647,000 and increasing the fiscal year 2024 ADC. Exhibit 3 attached shows the district's annual contributions since 2007. The plan's funded ratio on a market basis as of September 30th, 2022 was 90.5%. Industry experts consider a plan that is at least 80% funded to be healthy. Our goal is to continue to oversee a well-funded plan, maximize portfolio returns, and minimize fees and expenses. This concludes my remarks. I would be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Figler. So explain in a different way why the budget, the required actuarial expense is the highest in, I think it's 8 years.
So what we had was a year with very high performance in 2021. And at that time, when the actuary did the calculation for the ADC, first there's a budget lag. So the number that was used for 2022 was based on fund balances as of September 30th, 2021. And because we had the very good performance in 21, we outperformed. Assets exceeded liabilities. So that actually brought down the ADC. So we do anticipate, it brought down the normal costs. We do anticipate normal costs to increase year by year. But because we had such a more assets than liabilities that year, those assets were counted against the normal cost. So it brought that normal cost down. And in fiscal year 2022, that the ending balance for fiscal year 22, which was used to calculate the fiscal year 2024 ADC, we had just the opposite occur. So between fiscal years 2021 and 2022, the fund lost value. So that loss created an actuarial liability. So we didn't have those big asset balances to offset the normal costs. And in addition to that, we had actuarial liability that increased.
Well, shouldn't there be some smoothing in effect so we don't have this kind of a spike?
There is some smoothing, but that was an extraordinarily volatile 2 years. So the smoothing, unfortunately, didn't help us as much as it's designed to handle less volatile periods.
The plan right now is funded, this was as of last September, at 90.5%. Was it higher a year ago?
Yes, it was. A year ago, I believe it was funded at 112%. I'm not positive. I would have to get that number for you. I know it exceeded 100% a year ago, or I should say at the end of fiscal year 2021.
Yeah. Every year, we seem to have an issue where the budget chapter for OPEB administration does not align with the information attached to your testimony. According to the budget chapter, OPEB administration has a budget of 11.6 million of contractual services. However, according to the charts in your testimony, your proposed FY24 budget is 8 million. Can you explain what's going on?
Yes, this year in particular, we got additional information after the budget was submitted. So we signed the contract with NEPC, and through the process of signing the contract and determining the work that would be done for the remainder of the fiscal year, we determined that the investment management fees, which is one of the things that we're hiring them to manage for us, investment managers, and the fees they charge, they will be able to receive rates that are much more favorable than what we receive now.
So 8 million is the better number.
Yes.
Now, of course, that's not any savings to the general fund. That simply means that less is spent out of the
Fund,
Yeah.
correct.
Okay, my
But
staff.
out of the earnings of the fund, we'll spend close to $4 million less.
So my staff will have to work with you to make sure we get these numbers right to reflect in the budget that we adopt.
Yes, we will.
All right, so if your office or you would work with my staff and we'll get the right numbers, and that's what we'll put in the budget. And I trust.
I will do that.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for you at this time. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that's going to conclude this hearing. The Committee of the Whole has a hearing tomorrow beginning at 9 a.m. on education agencies, DCPS, Office of the State Superintendent of Education, Deputy Mayor for Education, Public Charter School Board, State Board of Education. The hearing will be limited to government witnesses only or agency witnesses only, since we had a hearing yesterday with public testimony. Committee of the Whole will have a hearing on all of the legislative measures connected with the mayor's budget submission. And that hearing will be April 14th, beginning at 9:30 in the morning. I expect there'll be a lot of witnesses, so the testimony there will be limited probably to 3 minutes. And with that, the time is 1:51 in the afternoon, and this hearing is adjourned.